Okay, it's 9:30. We're going to call this meeting to order. If you'll please rise. I've asked Supervisor Gould to lead us in the invocation and then Supervisor Bishop to lead us in the pledge.
If you please join me in prayer. Lord, we thank you and praise you today for this great nation that you've given us, Lord, and we thank you for this great state and county that we live in, Lord. Give us the wisdom to lead our county wisely, Lord, and make every decision that we make give glory to you. Watch over our employees and keep them safe in the dangerous jobs that they do, and bring them home safely to the loving arms of their family. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
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 Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. I need a motion to call for an executive session to be held on July 1st, 2019 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel in accordance with ARS 38-431.03.
So moved, Chairman.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Motion and action to approve waiving the reading in full of items presented for discussion, adoption, or approval at this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Official business. Discussion of pending or contemplated litigation. Mr. Esplin.
Nothing to report to the board, thank you.
Excellent. Committee or legislative reports. Let's start with Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's been in the papers, but I went to Washington, D.C. to speak before the committees on the uranium issue. Also, let everybody update on the environmental groups are looking to try to relist the Sonoran tortoise, which would have a very big impact not only on us but other Arizona counties. I attended the Quad State meeting. I've got a fire-adapted community self-assessment tool, which I'll send to Byron to see if they can use that for us. And I have a little slideshow here. It's real quick. It's all self-explanatory on the Western Region Resilient Landscapes, Fire-Adapted Communities. And it talks about, you know, Western Region Strategic Committee work groups, you know, what they're doing, you know, what they're pushing for, increasing the use of prescribed fire, you know, and how that should help us out. Moving on to post-fire impacts and recovery groups, how you can put everything together and, you know, build for the future. You know, we're going to map on the significant wildfire potential outlooks for June of 2019, which shows, you know, the hot spots, which southern Arizona is pretty looking like they might get hit. And then significant wildfire potential outlook. And the biggest thing is coming in that there's going to be, FEMA is $350,100,000 available in 2019 for grants, so that's something that we might look at. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Chairman Angus. I was going to give a report on CSA legislative issues, but we're finished. We've wrapped it up, and Mr. Craig Sullivan is here to give us a professional wrap-up on what we've done this year. So I'm going to turn my time over to Mr. Sullivan when he gives his presentation.
Thank you. Supervisor Watson.
Good morning, Chairman. Thank you. I have no report this morning.
Supervisor Gould.
None today, Madam Chairman.
Okay, I have something quick. Last Tuesday evening, I attended the Needles, California City Council meeting. Members of the Needles City Council have voted unanimously to declare the city of Needles a Second Amendment sanctuary city. The vote occurred during their meeting on June 11th. According to their backup material, California has strict gun laws in comparison to neighboring states. Gun laws are set by the California legislature. The federal constitution provides protections for citizens to keep and bear arms. Needles City Council member Timothy Terrell, who sponsored the agenda item, explained that Arizona residents and Nevada residents will not travel to Needles because of gun laws and business opportunities are being missed. His request was to declare the city of Needles a Second Amendment sanctuary city and to consider any or all of the following: to request that the sheriff not enforce weapons violations by California, Nevada, and Arizona residents, to request that the legislature allow an exemption to California gun laws for the city of Needles and within a 65-mile radius of Needles, and to request that the legislature allow reciprocity of concealed weapons permits with Nevada and Arizona. I went to that meeting to support our California neighbor on this brave and principled action. When the Needles City Council has their ordinance written, I will request that this board vote on the resolution of support, as this has a direct impact on the citizens of Mojave County. Thank you. Okay, do we have a county administrator's report?
I have no report today, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
I need a motion to approve the May 6, 2019 Board of Supervisor meeting minutes.
Motion to approve?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I'm now going to open up the call to public. Those wishing to address the board at the call to the public regarding matters that are not on the board agenda must fill out and submit to the clerk a call to the public request to speak form located in the back of the room prior to the meeting. Pursuant to ARS 38-431, a public body may make an open call to the public during a public meeting, subject to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to allow individuals to address the public body on any issue within the jurisdiction of the public body. At the conclusion of an open call to the public, individual members of the public body may respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the public body, may ask staff to review a matter, or may ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. However, members of this public body shall not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during an open call to the public unless the matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. I have one person signed up. That person is Gail Lapointe. Will you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Gail Lapointe, and my address is actually 4025 East Ryan. I bought it last year. It was to be raised and rehabbed and all that good stuff, so there's not much there right now. I'm still an RVer, but while I was gone this winter, a faction moved in up the road from me, and the property is horrible. I've spoken to Mr. Weaver over at Code Enforcement, but this place seems to be running a car stripping business, and it has to be biohazard, it has to be fire hazard, it has to be environmentally unsafe, because there is cars and garbage all over the place. I have pictures, but I wasn't able to download them. But anyway, Mr. Weaver told me that there is a case pending, and that what the procedures were, 30 days and then 30 days if they don't do anything. Well, over the weekend, they did do one little section, so now I'll have to speak to Mr. Weaver again and see if that nullifies the whole case, and do we have to start over? But I need help on this, because I've talked to my neighbors, and some of these people have been there 20, 25 years, but they're older people, and they don't want to approach anybody because everybody's fear of repercussions. So I need to know where to go with this.
Okay, Ms. Lapointe, I suggest you speak to the supervisor of your district.
Miss Bishop and Mr. Watson, they told me.
Okay.
So I need to speak to them directly?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Okay, I have nobody else signed up, but I will open it up, and it's only for items that are not on this agenda. Anybody? Seeing none, I will close the call to public. We do have a presentation by Craig Sullivan, the Executive Director of the County Supervisors Association of Arizona, to discuss what the heck happened at the state this year.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Craig Sullivan. I'm with the County Supervisors Association. I have with me Vanessa Fielder, who's a research analyst on our team, and it really is our pleasure to be here today to report out to you a little bit of what occurred this last legislative session, particularly as it relates to the goals that we set and then some of the bills that came into the process that were relevant to county operations. And before I begin, I just want to thank all of you for your partnership and support in the association. We're very grateful for your involvement. Supervisor Bishop, thank you for serving on our Legislative Policy Committee this last legislative session and as the chairwoman of our Medium County Caucus. We appreciate your leadership in that capacity.
Thank you, Craig.
And Mr. Hendricks, thank you for your involvement in the Managers Association. It really helps provide great input into how we represent the counties over at the state legislature. We always get great, high-quality feedback on bills from this county, and I want to thank all of you for that. It really helps us a lot. And I also want to acknowledge the good work of your legislative delegation, Representative Cobb, Representative Biasucci, and Senator Borelli. They work very hard on your behalf, and the relationship that you have with them, I think, pays dividends down at the state capitol, and they are great partners with you in trying to do what's right for Mojave County. As we begin, I'd like to briefly talk about the association for folks who may not be familiar with us. The County Supervisors Association is an intergovernmental office that is focused on capacity building, advocacy, and research to support county supervisors and professional staff. That's what we do, and we engage with the various entities that impact your operations: legislature, the courts, state agencies, and the like. When we talk about capacity building, what we're talking about is using the association as a forum to connect with key leaders at the state, elected as well as appointed in agencies, but also working with what we call affiliate groups, the managers group, the planners, the engineers, the civil deputies, to make sure that we're sharing information across all of the counties on best practices and how we can work together to do a better job at the local level and engage with key decision makers at the state. I did want to share a little bit about the research piece. It is key to what we do that we build a lot of data so that we can provide good, high-quality analysis both on bills but also on financial items and the like. And so we have been building out a very substantial database that is available to professional staff in the counties as well. It's all online. But that really becomes foundational for us when we work at the legislature because it populates the materials and information that we use in our advocacy. And our whole focus on advocacy is high-quality information to provide to the decision makers, you and lawmakers, to make the right decisions for your community. So moving into the legislative session, there are always a lot of bills that come into the process that touch county operations. This year, 210 were signed into law. We will provide in the next couple of weeks a summary of every bill that was passed into law that touches county operations, and that will be broken down by policy area, and it's a good tool for professional staff who need to start implementing these laws. And remember, the effective date of new laws will be August 27th. This year. So the governor just finished his business a week ago Saturday, and if there's not an emergency clause, most laws will be effective on August 27th. Now, let's talk a little bit about the goals that we pursued. What you see on the left is the one-pager we use to educate legislators about our financial asks, and on the right are the results. So specifically, we were able to secure the elimination of county payments to the State Department of Juvenile Corrections for the 13 rural counties. We got one-time relief for Maricopa and Pima. We'll have to work on fully relieving them of that burden going forward. But your county, it has been eliminated. Similarly, we were able to secure ongoing relief, partial relief for the EORP payments, which were a significant increase in the last fiscal year and continue. The state is now allocated $250,000 a year ongoing to help defray some of those costs to the local taxpayer. And when we sum this up, general fund relief in the package we sought to Mojave County, in this fiscal year is $600,000. But as you know, we've been working at building ongoing relief last year and this year, and when we sum that up, there's about $1.5 million in your budget that is a consequence of the advocacy work last year, eliminating the duck pool, eliminating payments to the state hospital, and then adding to it DJC and EORP. And so we've been trying to make strides towards patching up your resources as in relation to the state. And I want to acknowledge on these items, Representative Cobb, who's the chairman of appropriations, but for several years has been working on appropriations, has taken a substantial amount of time to study our issues and has been the key champion in securing these relief items for every county. And so we've really appreciated her partnership, and a big part of that is that your communication with her, she understands why it's so important. So she's been a great leader for the taxpayers in all the counties. I did want to talk a little bit about some of the other county touch points. What you see on the left, this is a summary that we've distributed to staff that shows all the county touch points in the budget. The ones I want to talk about are on the right of this slide. So there were dollars put in the budget for the presidential preference election, which is coming up in the next year. We have been told by our partners, the recorders, the folks working with ACO, that that is not sufficient to fully fund the presidential preference primary, and so we will have to pursue a supplemental early in the next legislative session to secure those resources. You'll note at the bottom there is a Department of Revenue fee. This is a fee that was put in place for all cities and counties in 2015. And this is something that, as a impact to Mojave County and all counties, has reduced a little bit over the last few years because it's based on the proportion of sales tax collections, and cities have more sales taxes in the system. So your number has been slowly reducing from, I think it was north of $200,000 a year when it was first put in place, and now it's down to $126,000 a year. More substantively low, though, is the Altex piece, and I want to talk a little bit about that. So what we saw in the budget was a fairly substantial increase in payments to the long-term care system. $21 million for all 15 counties, $753,000 for Mojave County. So I've got two slides that I want to break this down a little bit. And we briefed the managers last Friday on some of this. But in a nutshell, the Arizona long-term care system is an indigent care system that takes care of elderly people as well as physically disabled. Historically, the counties have paid the full state match to pull down federal resources. The state is starting to put dollars into that in the form of relief that has been secured previously. But what you see here is the growth in the program since 2000. It is increasing substantially. And when we're talking about the aging of the baby boomers, this is going to continue to be a very substantial cost. What you see in the gray are the federal dollars, the red are county funds, and the blue are state resources put into this. Now, there's a lot on this chart, and this is what we shared with the managers, but let me break this down. When we saw the original JLBC baseline, the Joint Legislative Budget Committee estimate, we saw an increase for Mojave County of about $450,000. When the budget was negotiated, we saw an increase of $753,000. So what's that all about? And if we follow some of the chart below, there are three factors that are driving this cost. Number one is utilization in this county is increasing. Number two is compliance with the voter mandate for Prop 206. That's the minimum wage requirement, where we've had to have increases in payments there. And number three was the legislative desire to increase payments to the providers after several years of reductions to the providers. So if you look on the red line for county costs, you can see it was flat 2013 through 2017. That's when those provider increases were in place. And now you're seeing it start to increase as a significant cost driver. So this is something that is going to be a significant challenge and has been in the past and will continue to for counties going forward. And so I know there was significant sticker shock on that when it came out, but it's a major cost driver that impacts your local property tax base. On the infrastructure side, this is a breakdown of the infrastructure package that the state put in place, and there was a lot of money allocated for significant projects in key regions. Here, the key investments were for the interchanges on I-40 east of Kingman, about $20 million. And there were several other things that were relevant to counties, I-17, infrastructure along the border. The disappointment for the counties here was we were not included in the one-time money for, at the bottom here, which was just an allocation for transportation projects to the cities. Originally, the plan included cities and counties. Counties would have received about 10 million of the 18 million. But when the final negotiation occurred, the counties were not part of that plan. And what happened was basically key members that were concerned about their communities not being receiving resources engaged this. The fact that we had received resources elsewhere worked against us, and ultimately it wasn't part of the final deal. And I know that was one of the big disappointments for every county, because once the initial budget came out, we thought there would be some additional resources which are much needed at the local level. And so that was not secured, and that was a big disappointment. I want to talk a little bit about internet sales taxation. We've done a lot of work at the County Supervisors Association showing the effects of the proliferation of internet sales taxation. We rely heavily on property tax, and we have a sales tax. And we had charted over the last 20 years the erosion of the sales tax base, and what that was doing was pushing up property tax collections, which can be a problem. So the legislature this year did pass a law to allow for tax equity across sales taxes, and that was put in place. It benefits the counties. To the right here, you can see the various sales taxes that counties collect. This county is lower on the spectrum in terms of sales tax collections. You have a quarter-cent sales tax in place currently, and I know that's by resolution, but you do receive resources in the state shared sales tax. So this was a good policy in terms of Main Street fairness and tax equity going forward, but we don't view it as a real significant increase in local revenues, but it is the right policy for where the economy is going. A little bit about the bills that we took into the process. The two bills that were signed into law were both Mojave County bills, and the first one was about the West Basin Water Users Study Committee. I want to extend my appreciation to Representative Cobb and your consultant, Patrick Cunningham. They did all the work, provided all the leadership on that bill, and secured its passage. Senate Bill 1084 is related to funeral expenses for indigents. I know, Mr. Johnson, you submitted this into the process. Robin Hilliard on my team got that through the legislature, and we were grateful for that. The bills in the middle were messaging bills, the DJC repeal, the EORP relief, items we used to bring attention to our financial asks. They were ultimately included in the budget. And I know, Supervisor Bishop, you took the time to come down and testify on behalf of these issues, and I want to extend my appreciation for that. It matters a lot when locally elected officials come to the Capitol. The two bills that didn't pass are on the bottom. One came out of Yavapai County, and the other one was out of Santa Cruz and La Paz. A big part of what the association does is just review all the bills that come into the process to see what they mean. Of the original bills submitted, there were more than 1,300. 800 of them had a county touch point. Not all of them were threats, but we need to monitor them, and we need to evaluate what they mean. We scored up about 40 bills that were of particular concern, and those overwhelmingly were modified favorably or defeated in the process. What you see on these two slides will just be policy areas we work in. Water policy has been a big issue the last 2 years, in particular at the Capitol. The big item this year was the drought contingency plan. That is water is going to continue to be a major item. I serve on the Governor's Water Augmentation Council. They met last week. They're already talking about where they go forward. And I know Mr. Cunningham participated in that as well and has been a great partner with me on how we can use the association to support Mojave County and other counties. We work in public works, tax policy. On tax policy, I wanted to point out that the vehicle registration fee that was put in place last year and turned out to be $32, that's been repealed in 2 years' time. So for the next 2 years, it'll be in place, and then it will fall off. And then that'll be about $180 million that the state will deal with to fund the State Department of Public Safety. And I wanted to mention the alt fuels licensing, Senate Bill 1332. Historically, alt fuel vehicles have really had low vehicle license taxes. This bill promotes parity, and so in the future, alt fuel vehicles will be paying the same as I'm paying or the same methodology as I'm paying on my rapidly deteriorating Camry that's out in the parking lot. On budgeting and auditing, every year we spend a lot of time in those types of bills. Same with board authorities on the left. It was a pretty good year in terms of defeating bills that impacted adversely local board authorities. A couple items that I just wanted to draw to your attention that did pass. There is a texting and driving ban that's been put in place. That was something that has been before the legislature for many years now, and it finally passed this year. I think it goes into effect a few months down the road. It's maybe January of the next year, not the typical effective date. I believe I violated it driving up here today, so I've got some behavioral change to enact. But I'm sorry, Mr. Gould.
I believe they have a year to warn you.
Is it a year to?
Yeah. To warn you that you're being unsafe, apparently.
Well, I'm going to need that based on my behavior driving up here today. And then on the human resource side, these are things I spend a lot of time on because they are cost drivers in the system. And there are always benefit changes. There were changes to the pension system that were based on prior lawsuits, a desire to expand benefits in the correction officer's retirement plan, and then issues related to post-traumatic stress are going to continue to be very relevant as we go forward. And on the county officer side, two things. One is Senate Bill 1090, which is a change in policy about emergency voting centers. Historically, that's been in the domain of the recorder. Now it's in the domain of the Board of Supervisors, and you'll collaborate on how to deploy those. And House Bill 2493, related to the appraisal of solar property. This is something that was caught up in the courts. Now the legislature has passed essentially a way to address that. This is an item, Madam Chair, as you and I were talking before the hearing, that will require some back payments to taxpayers going forward. And so we're trying to figure out what that methodology is, but I want to make sure management's paying attention to that, and we'll communicate as we learn more about it as well. So when we summed up kind of the general advocacy that we sought, the immediate relief in fiscal year 20 on the items that we put in the process, $600,000 for Mojave County, and combined with the 2-year effort, $1.5 million in ongoing resources. And of course, we talked about how other cost drivers start to take those resources out the back door, which underscores why it's so important for the state not to be tapping counties for these other policies, because there's other items that impact us. And on the bill side, it worked out pretty well also. Very quickly, when we wrap up one legislative session, we start working on the next one, and this sums up some of that for you. We are doing a lot of work in developing our database as it relates to the court side of the business, and Vanessa and I are working on that this summer. We're having conversations about potential changes in the pension system that I think are going to drive costs, and we briefed the managers a little bit on that last Friday, in our typical data collection effort. In terms of priority items, we need to permanently get all 15 counties out of DJC. PPE, the presidential preference election, we need to get fully funded. And then we're expecting additional policies in workers' comp, Title 36, which are mentally ill folks in the court system, and a conversation about transportation investment as we go forward. So there's a lot of work still left to be done. And what we're asking from all of you is that if you have issues that you want to put into our pipeline, please do by August 12th. We'd be happy to consider them. And please join us for our strategic planning session, which this year will be in Pinal County, fairly centrally located. And we hope to set our agenda at that time, and that's in late October of this year. And so with that, Madam Chairman, thank you very much for all the time and the indulgence. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You brought up a subject that obviously is every county's, one of their biggest nightmares is the HERF funding. And I guess, are we pushing, is anybody going to push to get our 7 million back and the 143 that all counties got? Because when you talk about, well, the state's going to put an off-ramp here, they're going to do all these wonderful things, they're doing it with the taxpayers' money from each county, not with the money they should be doing. Is there any thought about that when they act so benevolent, but they still have taken our money and not decided to give it back?
So, Madam Chair and Supervisor, are you talking about repayments of prior year sweeps?
Sweeps, yes.
Yeah. No. Short answer is no. The HERF system currently is not taking any local resources finally, right? But there's a lot of unmet demand, and it's one of the reasons why we felt that we should have been in any kind of one-time allocation of transportation dollars, because the counties have lost north of easily close to $200 million, I think, in HERF dollars, and that has substantially impacted local operations. So I don't see repayments coming. I think there'll be conversations about trying to bring more resources into the system. We see those bills, but in this context and in recent years, I haven't seen political desire to raise fuel taxes or what have you to fund transportation.
Right, because it's kind of interesting how the vehicle fees, they bumped it up and there was a big hue and cry, but now they're just doing it for 2 years and it dropped off the radar. And obviously, we can argue over, the amount of it, but obviously it was needed to fund the highway patrol unit. If not, it comes back to the counties. That's all I had, Madam Chair. Thanks, Craig.
Yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Bishop?
No, I just wanted to thank Craig for his leadership down there at the Capitol and guidance and being there whenever I needed to make a phone call to get clarification. So I look forward to next year doing it all over again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to thank Senator Ugenti Rita for getting the $32 license fee repealed, even though they didn't repeal it immediately. It'll be repealed in 2 years. The public outcry of that was ridiculous. The legislature gave away their legislative authority given to them by the people and turned it over to an unelected bureaucrat, and they raised the fee, or let them set the fee, even though they were told the fee was only going to be $18. That's what happens when people give up their authority. But I just want to thank her. She stood firm until she got that. And I just want to thank Senator Ugenti Rita for doing that.
Thank you. Supervisor Watson?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Sullivan, I just want to thank you again for all the hard work and heavy lifting on all the water issues for Mojave County. I think your work with Mr. Cunningham has been outstanding, and the relationships that Mojave County now has with a number of the folks in the water world has been greatly influenced by that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I just have one issue question. There was a bill that addressed consolidation of fire districts. Can you explain that? That might be of interest to my county.
Oh, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to. Now, regrettably, I don't know all the specific details in it, but it was a bill to facilitate the consolidation of fire districts and had several process improvements that were brought forward by the Fire Districts Association. And I believe that one of the elements was to change the voting threshold down to a majority vote to allow for consolidation of fire districts.
And that was brought to you by the Fire District Association?
They were involved in it, Madam Chair, and I know they had an influence on the parameters,
right.
But I don't know if they initiated it.
Well, that's some of it, but they were
They were involved.
They were involved. Okay, that's good to know. And just from me, I want to thank you for accepting my text all hours of the day and night and getting back to me so quickly. I really appreciate it. I think you guys did a great job this year.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
And again, thanks to you for your involvement in the association, your partnership with your legislative delegation. It's really fantastic. And please don't hesitate to tap us whenever we can serve you. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda, which is items 5 to 45, will be considered as a group and acted upon by one motion, minus any items that are pulled for discussion. Supervisor Johnson?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bishop?
43.
43. Supervisor Gould?
39, yeah.
Supervisor Watson?
None this morning, thank you.
I have items 23 and 30, so I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 5 through 45 minus 23, 30, 39, and 43.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Number 23, let me get it in front of me, is to approve and sign amendment to a contract with the Davis Camp Personal Watercraft Rentals to Kabul, Inc. for an additional 3-year period from June 18th through June 7th, 2022, increasing the number of jet ski rentals from 30 to 50 and adding 3 small boat rentals, with all the other conditions remaining the same. Who can answer some questions I have?
Madam Chairman, members of the board, Hal, our parks director, or parks manager, isn't here today, but myself and Director Latowski will do our best to answer any questions that you have.
Okay. So I remember when we went through this 3 years ago, just for a little background, it was, the contract was held by a company that sold to this company, so they inherited the contract. And in the initial contract from the beginning, which was, I think, was 2007 maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, the number of jet skis was always 30. And there's no talk of any boats or anything like that.
Okay.
Now, fast forward 12 years later, and we have a huge traffic problem on the water. This is my district, and if you go out there any day, especially the weekends, there are so many jet skis and electric, motorized vehicles on the water, and it is becoming extremely dangerous. In fact, yesterday, excuse me, there was a very bad jet ski accident at Davis Camp where 2 victims were life-flighted over the Vegas. So I have a concern about raising the number. Now, free commerce is one thing, but we hold this contract, and this company actually has a monopoly, right? Because if you go to Davis Camp, you can only rent in Davis Camp, right? You can't. Can you launch, if you rent from another company on the highway, can they launch in Davis Camp? I think it's an exclusivity in the contract. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Steve Latowski with Public Works. To clarify outside watercraft rentals, if the patron were to bring that watercraft into the Davis Camp, then that is permissible. So meaning the patron could rent from an outside company, trailer it, bring it in.
Trailer it, but you don't let other companies in to launch.
Exactly, cannot come
Which is,
in.
and no other companies is going to let the individual take the thing if they're not launching
Unless
it.
they were just coming in purely
kind
to
of a
retrieve a
loophole.
broken down jet ski.
But it's basically a monopoly within our, and I understand it. I'm not even against that. I'm really against upping the amount to 50 because I have no say over what goes on in the private businesses, but because this is ours, I just don't think at this point we should be putting more vehicles onto the river, and absolutely no boats. We used to own one of those small boats. I know those little Sea-Doos, is that what you're trying to put on, those motorized Sea-Doos, the little boats? And they are dangerous. It takes a while to learn how to operate them. And what is the age that people can drive those boats? Is it the same as the jet skis, or is it different?
I don't have that information, I'm sorry. I do know that we have our current contractor here. They may be able to answer some of those questions if you'd like to hear from them.
Okay, yeah, I do.
I have a question, Mr. Latowski, before you let him go. Mr. Latowski, if some other vendor wants to sell to people at our park, they're allowed, they can bring the boat up or jet ski up and come to the beach and the people can rent it. While we run a monopoly at the park, the people are still free to rent from whoever they want, so it's
But they can't launch from Davis Camp.
Well, a lot of them they bring them to you, for location.
Do you allow other vendors to come in with a jet ski into the park?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Johnson, we do not allow other vendors to come in, but we do allow patrons to bring either their own or an outside rented. Yes.
Of course.
But they can deliver them on the water. If I rent one from somebody and say, here, I'm at Davis Camp, and they go, yeah, I'll be up there in 10 minutes.
Supervisor Johnson, that is correct. They cannot deliver
But they
on the
can't
water at the
launch.
park. Correct.
Okay. So why now? Why do you want another 20 when it's always been 30? I'd like to speak to the applicant.
Good morning. When we request 50 jet skis, the majority of the time we have 10 to 15 jet skis are not operating, break down, and we have reservation, let's say for Saturday, 30 skis. From Monday to Saturday, we may have 15, sometimes 20 jet ski breakdown. These are water machine. And when the customer comes in, if we have 30 skis, just allowed to have 30 skis, we end up to have 10 or 15 skis available due to the breakdown of other 15 skis or 20 skis, so our customers will be disappointed. That's the reason I brought it up. At the same time, we may not even rent 50 skis, but to be allowed to have 50 skis available in case of breakdown, which is, it does happen, 10 to 15 skis, and we don't want the families to be disappointed, travel from California or Nevada, Las Vegas, come into our camp, and we turn around and say, we do apologize, we don't have the vessels or the jet ski available for you guys.
So right now, you can't have 50 jet skis in your lot? And then when you, because according to this, it says that you can only rent 30 at a time. So are you saying you want permission just to have more, but you're still only going to rent 30, or ultimately you're going to rent 50 if they're all there?
To answer your question, if they're all available, which is I'm pretty sure 50 skis are not going to operate, and I've been in the business for quite some times. If you have 50 skis, there are like 10 to 15 skis.
Why can't you have that now? Why can't you have 50 on the lot but only rent out 30? How many?
We can. We can have
Okay,
that,
so
only
why-
rent 30, yeah.
So why do we need this?
So the limit is that we have to only rent 30, we can do that, no problem.
Okay.
But the thing is, if there is, I understand your concern, and
I have a big concern.
I'm a father of 4, I'm concerned too.
Okay.
I have my kids, they sometimes go to the river. But since we start showing the videos, all the papers, and starting really good training before we put people on the water, a very good orientation. If you go to the Davis camp right now, you see we have 2 TVs. Before they touch the water, we're making sure they watch the video and come back. Our damage, our accident numbers dramatically is down. Last year, we had a wonderful year. We had 1 accident and 1 death, which is that was the person under the influence of alcohol run into a boat. But technically, I'm involved with the city of Bullhead City, and we always talk about it. We try to keep our water as safe as possible. But at the meantime, when I have this opportunity, I want to bring it to you guys' attention that the water level at Colorado River dramatically reduced during the daytime between 8 in the morning to 5 p.m. And I did discuss that with the authorities at the Davis Dam. Because of the energy level, the California doesn't need energy from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., the level of water is reduced. That may cause some issues.
Right. And that's the reason I have a problem with the boats.
Right. Both we can, if
And what is the age? Is it the same age to do these boats?
state law is 12 years old can operate a jet ski if they own their jet ski.
Right.
But our company policy is 16 years old, jet ski 21 boat.
21 boat.
Well, for only reason I consider to have that one, I had a couple of elderly people, they don't want to do jet ski, and I come up with that to give them a boat. They have their ice chest, their sandwich, and those boats are, to me, a little safer than jet ski.
Yeah, no, we had one.
With the number of accidents we have with the jet ski, if you look at the boat, it's less because mature people are renting boats than jet ski.
Okay, so just to recap, you're okay with just the 30. You can have 50. You can have as many as you want on the
Right.
lot, but you can only rent 30 according to our contract.
That's fine. If
Okay.
that is the case, we try to increase our revenue, which is we did.
Right.
If we look at back 4 years or 3 years till today, we did more than what
Right.
we
Well, maybe we
doubled.
can revisit this next year. I mean,
Sure.
we are getting more and more people to Davis Camp, and so I just don't see a need right now to throw that into the mix, because again, I don't know how many the other ones are putting out. There's so many now jet ski
they are popping
companies,
everywhere.
there's so many, and
Agreed.
I just think that since it's in my my court, I can control this, and that's my wish. I don't know about the rest of the board.
But the
though,
only
so
reason
thank you.
we request to have 50 ski, allowed to have 50 ski at a location, because I mentioned that earlier, the majority of the time we have 10 to 15 skis are not operating. We have to service that one. That's the reason.
No, I understand, but you can have more to rent out.
Right,
It's-
rented. That's fine.
You don't have to change the contract for that.
That's fine.
All right, well, thank you very much. Does
My
anyone have
pleasure.
any questions for this applicant? Okay, so I will make the motion. Let me get that in front of me.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Could I make?
Sure.
My suggestion would let us go back and redraft this amendment to make it clear that we're only allowing for the 30 jet skis to be operational.
Okay.
And we're removing the 2 boats that were in
Perfect.
there. And then bring it back at the next board meeting.
Is that okay with the board?
No, I think we need to vote on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Yeah, that probably makes sense. We haven't voted on it, okay? Okay, now I'm going to make the motion.
Hey, go, I got a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm curious if we're taking a 10% skim off of this gentleman's business for granting him a monopoly essentially at a government facility. I'm curious why we don't just get a flat rate payment. That way we don't have to be partners with people. I have a problem with government being partners with people. And I'd rather just see a flat rate payment than us have to audit his books and determine how much money he made and that kind of thing. So not enough to vote against it. I just am curious in the future we might want to negotiate flat rate payments rather than being a partner.
And at the end of this renewal, this will be the end of available renewals on this contract, and we'll be required to go back out to solicit for these services, and we could certainly take a look at a different model at that time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Gould. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the Amendment 3. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Approve and sign Amendment Number 6 to Contract Number 07-P-05 Davis Camp Personal Watercraft Rentals to Cabell, Inc. for an additional 3-year period from June 18, 2019 through June 17, 2022, as written. Right? Does that make sense? No? Because as written, it's 30. The amendment says to add the extra ones. So is that okay, Mr. Esplin?
Yeah, if we can make clear, I mean, and the other party is in favor of that as well? Just a head nod, do you agree with that? Bill, up there, your client agrees to that?
It would be the same contract, we're
Same
just
terms
renewing
and
it.
conditions with the exception that it'd be extended for a 3-year period, correct? Okay, yes.
I guess, Madam Chair, the problem I have with this is the gentleman brought it before us probably because he's getting a demand for it, and we have a park where we're providing amenities, and if people are coming there and renting these boats and adding extra services, and it's not up to us to decide how many boats are on the water or anything.
Well, but we do control this contract. That's the difference, I believe. So anyway, I made the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion and second. Take a roll call.
Supervisor Watson?
Yes.
Supervisor Johnson?
No.
Supervisor Bishop?
I respect Chairman Angus's point, so I'll vote yes.
Supervisor Gould?
No.
And Chairman Angus?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. All right, next one is item 30. That's to approve special event permit and authorize the Parks Administrator to issue permit to Ivy Lee Cussell for the 2019 Southwest Freak Festival, a fee-based live music and comedy festival with alcohol sales to be held at Davis Camp South Beach and Pavilion. Anyone prepared to talk about this? Do we have the applicant here? I guess not. Okay, I saw this, and, you know, anytime we get something like this, I looked, it's someone from out of the area, and I just want to make sure that everything was done. I have some questions, so I was looking at the application. When we ask for past references, do we call those people, actually, when we ask for references?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Parks facilitates the ultimate issuance of the application for use of Davis Camp. This particular action would seek board consent to move ahead. However, there are numerous processes by which we still need to affect stakeholder coordination, and most importantly, the applicant, which I did very respectfully expect to be here and speak on the matter, but those stakeholders and their requirements, notably emergency services, sheriff's office, and risk management, will be implemented prior to Parks releasing the permit. So yes, to answer your question, Parks would, is in the course of their due diligence, follow up with any references as provided.
Right. My only concern is that it looks to it's going to be kind of a big event, and I didn't see much experience in my preliminary, it was just preliminary Facebook, social media kind of stuff. But so this is just the beginning of the process, and then they have to meet other
Madam Chair, yes,
criteria.
The applicant needs to meet all of the applicable special event policy and procedure provisions that would be lent to this event. It's an event that, as the applicant represents, is aimed to attract about 1,000 to 2,000 people, namely the age 18 to 45 crowd. It is a fee-based event at about $25 to $35 per person. Of course, all applicable Davis Camp fees to special events would apply as adopted by the board.
Right. Okay, and I'm okay with it. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 39, approve agreement between Mojave County and the Office of the Secretary of State for reimbursement for systematic alien verification for entitlements, the SAVE program usage. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wondered if the recorder could give me an overview of what the SAVE program is.
Madam Chair, members of the board, it's been a program through the Department of Homeland Security and DHS for a number of years. We've never participated. Most of the information has come from us from either PEMA, Maricopa, or the Secretary of State's office. The Secretary of State's office now each county has to be able to participate. It's just a mechanism which allows us to check a non-citizenship immigration status. Usually it comes from the person wanting to register to vote. If they don't provide that information, it's just a mechanism that allows us to kind of dig in deeper if need be. I frankly can't imagine us using it more than maybe once a year.
Madam Chairman, Ms. Blair, so this is to verify that people are citizens?
Yes.
So that they can register to vote?
If what they provide us comes into question, we can go through the DHS system, and it just gives us authorization to be able to do that, to check a voter status.
Do you know if this is more in-depth than the E-Verify program?
Yes, it is.
I would hope so, because all E-Verify does is verifies that the person has stole both the name and the Social Security number. It just doesn't really prove that that person is that individual.
This comes through Immigration and Department of Homeland Security, so I would certainly hope that it's more in-depth.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions for Ms. Blair? Thank you.
Thanks.
I need a motion.
I'll make it.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that item 39 be adopted.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, now we're going on to the regular agenda. Before we start, I know there's a lot
I
of
think
people.
it was 43.
Oh, I'm sorry. We can do 4. I thought that was 43. I'm sorry. 43 is to approve the appointment of Patricia Alexander to the Planning and Zoning Commission, representing District 4, to be effective June 17, 2019, term to expire June 16, 2021. Supervisor Bishop, sorry about that.
Actually, I make a motion to approve this item because I mistakenly gave you the wrong agenda item. It should have been 42 that I needed.
Oh, okay, well, let's do the, oh, is it two? It's too late, so we have to
Already
reconsider it.
You
Okay.
could reconsider it. Again.
Okay, so we have a motion for 43.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, regular
I
agenda.
guess, can I make a motion to reconsider item 42?
Can she?
Yes.
Okay,
It has to be seconded and voted upon.
okay.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item 42, acknowledge receipt of the City of Kingman's narrative for the FY 2019 Bill Discretionary Grant Application Proposed Highway Project for the I-11 East Kingman Connection Project.
Thank you, Chairman Angus. I just wanted to point out that I do have some family members that have ownership and real property in the area of the proposed Santa Fe crossing, so they could financially gain from anything that happens out there, so I need to recuse myself.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Okay, so I need a motion.
I move that item 42 be adopted.
I'll second the motion.
Motion second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we're going on to the regular agenda. I know a lot of you are here for some specific issues about the animal shelter. I need to tell you that I have chosen to pull items 56, A, B, and C from the agenda this morning. At our last meeting, the board voted 4-1 to have the county run the animal shelter as because Western Arizona Humane Society had told us in the form of a letter that they did not wish to continue to run the shelter, and the county believed we had no other option. Since that meeting, WAS has come to the table, expressed a desire, and so I don't believe that we have enough information right now to make any good decisions. So I am pulling, they're my agenda items, so I'm pulling those off for today, and I hope to call a special meeting because now we're in a time crunch because the contract ends at the end of this month. So I'm hoping that we can get that done at the end of the week, if possible, and that will be noticed, and it will be on the website if anybody wants to come and talk about their opinions at that time. And I thank you for your patience on that.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I believe it has to take a consensus of the membership to do that.
to pull my own agenda item, is that true? Because that's not what I was told.
Well, later we have the rules of order we're going to change, and we're changing them from the chairman may reorder or continue or withdraw any item on agenda with the consensus of the membership without a vote of membership. And they're going to change it to without the consensus. So right now it requires us.
Well, nobody told me that. Okay, but that's okay. So that's my wish. So how do we do that? Do we have to wait till we get to that item?
No, I don't believe so. This is the position that I've taken, just reviewing this, and I'm not trying to take sides for any position or any particular supervisor or anything. I'm just trying to read the rules as we have it.
That's all we're asking.
So page 3 of our Mojave County Board of Supervisors Rules of Order, under the Section 2, Order of Business, B, the chairperson may continue or withdraw any item with the consensus of the membership without a vote. So to me, it's a little bit unclear. And on the one hand, it says it calls for a consensus. The other part, it says without a vote. So clearly, it says no vote, so we're not going to be able to take a vote.
But we need consensus.
But what is that? It's subject to interpretation. So I'm looking at what past practice that we've done here on the board. I'm also have looked at the Roberts Rules of Order. If you look at another section of our rules, it says that we should refer to them when not in violation of the Arizona open meeting laws. This really isn't an issue about the Arizona open meeting laws. So I went to the Rules of Order, just looking at the issue. It's not completely on point, but basically what the Rules of Order comes down to, Section 33, is this: if the matter has not been presented to the board, then it could be withdrawn by the person. once the motion has been made and placed once the motion has been made and it's on the board, at that point, we would need a vote to withdraw. So in other words, once the motion has been presented, so we have a motion and a second, at that point, we would need a vote of the board to withdraw a motion. But if it's not before the board yet,
Okay.
then that person could withdraw it. I'll also note, just in practice, I've just seen it, been here for about 2.5 years now, that generally speaking, what I've seen is when somebody says, hey, something's not ready or whatever, the chairperson will say, okay, we're going to pull this item, and this item is pulled. So I take the position, and I understand Supervisor Johnson's position. What does it mean, consensus? Because that words are in there. But based on prior practice and based on the Roberts Rules of Order, that as I read them, I believe that the person who brought forward the item on the agenda could withdraw it without a vote or consensus of the board, because the Roberts Rules of Order allows that, and that's the practice that we've been doing.
Okay, thank you. And I also want to thank Supervisor Johnson. You know, I know that all you want is us to follow our practices and do the right things, and I appreciate that, and I will be speaking about our rules of order later, but I see you still disagree.
Well, it's not, I understand what Mr. Evans is saying, and I agree. We've never done that in the past, but on an issue like this where obviously maybe there's people here that have shown up for it, where it was a late ad placed on, and then, people take the time to get here, and especially from an organization that's twice told us to, they don't want to do business with us, and now we're continuing it, or now we're just withdrawing it, and then talking about having another special meeting. My concern is the manager has to hire some people to run that place. So we either, whether there's a contract in place today or not, if it passes, then I guess it would have to go. If it doesn't, at least we know that the manager has to hire people. I'm just thinking we're down to 13 days left to
I agree with you. And I spoke to the county manager, and he believes that he can still do it within this time frame. I think everything's sort of set in motion, because this is about, we have to reconsider it because we already voted to do it. Can we even talk about this now like this, honestly?
The chairperson can rearrange the order at any time. We do that routinely. That's unquestionable. So if you wish to bring that item to the forefront, we can do that now. We can talk about that now. It's on the agenda. Everybody knows about it.
So that's what I'm doing now. I'm actually bringing it in front and to withdraw it.
Yeah, and once somebody says, well, I make a motion to do this, and it's been seconded to the board, at that point, then we would need a majority to withdraw.
But it is your legal opinion that I can just withdraw it without any motion or vote of this board.
Yeah, and it's important to note that you're the one that put it on the agenda item.
Right.
If you were trying to pull somebody else's, I would exercise caution and not do that.
All right, thank you very much. So I believe that is done. And the next item is agenda item 46. And there's another item that's 49, and I'm going to actually move 49 right after 46. They're somewhat related. One may take care of the other one. So we're going to do that. We're going to put 49 after 46. But agenda item 46 was brought by Supervisor Bishop, and that's discussion and possible action to designate $3 million from the Capital Projects Fund 410-09-0480 for the construction of a new Mojave County animal shelter, and direct staff to move forward with the site selection, design process, and development of a construction schedule for the shelter to be built on county-owned property in an amount not to exceed $3 million. This was continued from June 3rd. Now, I have a lot of people signed up, and if you'll just be a little bit more patient, I'm going to ask the board to talk, because I think after we're done talking, it might answer a lot of your questions and comments. But if you still want to talk after our discussion, I will let that happen. I'll call out the names of the people who have signed up. So, Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Chairman Angus. This is a pivotal time for Mojave County animal shelter and the animal supporters that are all here today. I want to thank everybody for coming. And I want to also thank some 40, 42, 45 people that sent me and the other supervisors emails with your concern. And I have to say that I did not receive one email or phone call or text message that says they are against Mojave County building a shelter. There was some. Like Supervisor Angus has concerns about the dollar amount, and the dollar amount was suggested by staff as just a cap not to go over $3 million, but we can certainly go under $3 million. And I have a handout that I've asked IT to put on the screen for you. It's a shelter, an animal shelter in Greenville, North Carolina, and the supervisors all have a copy of that handout. But it's not a fancy building. As you can see, it's kind of like a metal shed, but it's very nice inside. It's friendly to the customers that come in. Adopted animals are available where you can see them without walking into the back and holding your ears from the train noise and seeing dogs that are quarantined or sick, and then adoptable ones all mixed in with the mix. So yeah, that's what I foresee for Mojave County, to build a new and adequate animal shelter, not a Taj Mahal. The $3 million figure, I think part of that figure was considered because WAS in Lake Havasu City, they took an already established building and remodeled it, and that was more than $3 million. So the equipment and everything that goes into an animal shelter is well thought out, and it's planned, and it's very expensive. But if we can do a building for $2.5 million, $2 million, I don't think we can do it for any less than $2.5 million. But until we get studies and find out exactly what a shelter costs, I still would like to see the max at $3 million, so that we have room to negotiate and come down on that price. But like I said, it's just a pivotal time for animal welfare. We started this in December of 2007. We paid some money for a professional study to be done, and that study said, Mojave County, your shelter's inadequate, it's too small for the area, and needs to expand. And so then some 12 years later, we took this study, and we had some really competent volunteers that put in numerous hours meeting and updating this study with current information and statistics, and they came up with some really good recommendations as to what we needed to do in Mojave County to become a viable animal shelter. And their recommendation was also to build, and they gave us several building sites of properties that Mojave County already owns, and I think 2 of those sites are very viable yet today. So I wanted to thank all those members, some of who are in the audience today, that worked so hard on that study. But you know, when they brought the study to us, we didn't have the money, and we didn't see any future of having that money, so we put it again on the shelf. But this year, things have gone better at the state level. We've gotten some property taxes in that helped, and some cost savings and staff shortages, and we've come up with some extra money in the budget. Now that money is not to say that it's not needed for other things. The Mojave County always has lots and lots of need for money on unfunded mandates and lawsuits, and we need a morgue, we need some sheriff's buildings, and it just goes on and on and on. But I think the time is now for the animal shelter to have its own building. And I think once we get an adequate building, then we'll have more volunteers that come forward. We'll have humane societies from all over that will come and pick up Mojave County dogs that reach the end of their period where we have to keep them. And I think it could be very successful. There's just so many exciting plans out there that could be done once we get a building and we separate ourselves from the existing way of doing business. So that's my presentation. I wanted to call attention to the fact that risk management wrote up a paper on what's wrong with our shelter, and that was quite eye-opening. There's a lot of things that were pointed out that have now been fixed, but there's other things like an OSHA complaint that, you know, employees may have to wear ear protection because of the trains, and and also the barking dogs, because there's so many dogs in one confined area that in some of the buildings at our shelter, it's just deafening. So OSHA has pointed that out as a concern. There's problems with the office space. The floor's cracking and sinking in one large area, and another area it seems to be raising up as if maybe there's tree roots that are growing under and elevating the floor, causing a tripping hazard. Those kind of things. Some can be fixed and some can't, but there's problems with the equipment, posing a high priority safety concern, which could be lawsuits, and taxpayer money, of course, goes to pay for those lawsuits. We have all of the animal waste going into a common gutter, which helps to spread disease and germs. With the new shelter, that would be taken care of, that have individual kennel drainages. There's tick infestation. I don't know, that's a simple thing to fix, I would think. We have a shed that was donated to be the cat adoption building, but you can't get into it if you're handicapped, so we're going to have to build a ramp and railing and everything so that people that want to adopt a cat can get into the shed. Although the staff has made the shed quite nice. They've drywalled it and put some shelving and cages in there, and air conditioning. Some of the exterior wood is rotten on the building because, I think it was built back in the 70s. So that's another thing that can be fixed. But ladies and gentlemen, how much money do we want to put into this old shelter that wasn't built to be a shelter to begin with? It's just a bunch of buildings that we put together, and we did the best we could. We're Kingman, Arizona. We're a country town, but now we're growing. The county's growing. It's time to get an adequate shelter in Mojave County. Let's not build a Taj Mahal by any means, but let's just build a nice shelter. Maybe we can have a gift shop in there, a visitation room, a medical clinic, a place where spade and neuters can be done here rather than to transport them in a hot van all the way to Lake Havasu City and then bring them back. And it's crazy. We have the money. Let's get her done. So, I wanted to really thank whoever sent me this card. I mean, it's cute. It says, "Can you tell by my attitude?" And it's a little lab puppy. It says, "That I'm filled with gratitude. Supervisor Bishop, thanks for supporting the new animal shelter from the abused, neglected, and unwanted Mojave County animals." How sweet is that? Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Watson.
Thank you, Chairman Angus. I'm certainly in favor of investing in a new facility, but I do have a couple concerns, and I'd like to look at them again. We made a priority of putting together a marvelous building for the court system, and I'm just wanting to make sure that we've allocated enough dollars for finishing that program along with the remodel of the existing structures for the justice court system. It appears to me that we might be moving some money, that maybe we're making this a priority than finishing our current project. So if somebody can answer that question, where are these dollars coming from, up to $3 million? I have a concern that it might have an effect on building and finishing the project that we're already encountered.
Mr. Hendricks.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, Supervisor Watson, the money that has been identified, that was budgeted funds that were unspent. And we identified that we believe we will have $6 million of budgeted and unspent funds at the end of this year. With that, what we propose that $1 million of that go to the contingency to bolster that and help the county's financial position. That would leave $5 million remaining from budgeted and unspent monies. What estimates are for finishing the courthouse, the old courthouse, remodeling the existing courthouse is $5 million. That project will not be able to begin until the new courthouse is complete, and the estimate on that is 2 years, that it'll take 2 years to finish that construction. The reason that I say that the remodel of the existing courthouse can't be started or shouldn't be started until the new facility is complete is because we will have to move the courts out of that existing facility into the new facility to free it up so that it can be remodeled. So we're looking at 2 years in the future for anything to happen with the existing courthouse. When I was asked to throw out a figure for a new animal shelter facility, I threw out a not to exceed $3 million, as the engineer in me didn't want to be the low bidder. So I don't believe that the facility, a new animal shelter, will be in the $3 million range. And I want to relay to the board that the cost of that animal, a new animal facility, will be what the board wants to put into it. If you tell me to build $1.5 million animal facility, I'll build $1.5 million animal facility. If you say you want a $2 million facility, you'll get a $2 million facility. But in reviewing the finances, and to answer your question, will this jeopardize the remodel of the existing courthouse facility? I don't have a crystal ball on that, but if it certainly could, would be my answer. But in reviewing our financial situations and where we believe we're going to be in the future after 2 years, conceivably, we could have $2 million to construct an animal shelter, and we conceivably, if our finances are going as positive as they have been, would realize an additional $2 million in budgeted and unspent monies, and we could, I believe that it's very possible that we would be in a position to not only build this animal shelter, but to also fund the remodel of the existing courthouse in 2 years.
Thank you, Mr. Hendrick. I have one more, or probably a couple more, but one more. The Coconino County has a special taxing district for the animal control shelter. Can anyone clarify that for us?
Madam Chairman, Supervisor Watson, I'm not familiar with how Coconino County is financed.
Okay, well, maybe we can get that answer between now and the next time we're...
Yes, that's the kind of information I want us to have.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I just want to make sure, I guess because I'm pretty conservative, and I want to make sure that our plan is not derailed on what we've accomplished so far. I certainly am supportive of the new project, but let's not stumble over ourselves and make a decision that might not be helpful for the court system. So that's my only concern. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I put together, actually my outstanding assistant, Barbara Hitzel, put together this matrix of how the other counties handle the ownership of their animal shelters. So if you take a look, it has La Paz, Coconino, Yavapai, and Maricopa. Each one of them handles it a little bit differently. So I think that shows us that we have flexibility in how we handle this. Parker owns their building, and they let a contract to ARF, which is a private group. They manage the shelter, and it's funded by the county and by donations. Coconino was kind of interesting that they actually had a private shelter group that owned a building. That group failed, so the family that owned that building then donated it to the county. And then Coconino has a special taxing district, and I don't have the details on this, actually how that special taxing district works, But apparently they're levying a special tax. And I would say if we were going to do that, that we should actually put that to the voters and decide whether they want to tax themselves to build an animal shelter. Yavapai, the Humane Society owns the building, and they actually own 2 buildings because Yavapai County is interesting because the Verde Valley area is separated essentially from the Prescott area, so they almost operate like 2 different counties. It's rather interesting. That's funded through the county contracts with the Humane Society. And then Maricopa County, I had heard, had a private group that was running their animal shelter, but apparently when we called, they actually said they have 2 shelters that are owned by the county and funded by county employees, manage them and fund them. But so the person that told that, there's quite a few animal rescue groups in Maricopa County, so he must have been confused on that. So that's neither here nor there. It just shows that there's, for every county we have, they've got a different way of handling the program. I still have concerns about Kingman's participation. Lake Havasu has they do it with WAS. Bullhead City, the city does it. So right there you have about half the population of the county that uses a different method of doing this, but yet Kingman utilizes the county animal shelter. I'd like to see some participation, and I'd like to see this before we vote on something. Because if we go ahead and accept this upon ourselves and upon our taxpayers, the motivation for the city of Kingman to participate is going to be greatly reduced. And frankly, that's not how I negotiate. And that's not how anybody would negotiate if they were doing it with their own money. I took a look at the report from risk management. Most of the issues had been addressed. The heaving of the floor is probably something that might require the demolition of that intake building to cure. It might be the age of that building, it might be better off to demolish that building and build a new building. But if you take a look around that site, if we need more capacity, I saw areas for 4 more of those kennel buildings to be put there. And those kennel buildings look like what I've always seen at an animal shelter. Those are very efficient to heat and cool. And they're an indoor block building that's conditioned and outdoor dog runs. And they have doors so that the dogs can come and go. The workers can lock the dogs outside or inside so that they can do if they've got a vicious dog, they don't have to come in direct contact with that vicious dog. The sound issue, the employee sound issue, can be easily addressed with ear protection, and we see that in the real world. They don't tear down buildings because you have a noise issue. You mitigate the noise issue. That can be taken care of. I think that we can handle this a lot more efficiently by expanding the animal shelter that we have. I'm not really, I don't like not to exceed price tags. I don't think that's the way to do it. I think that if we're going to proceed with this, that staff should bring us examples, as Mr. Hendrick spoke of, what can we get for this much? What can we get for this much? Like you would do in the real world. You know, that we need to run government like you would make your own decisions in your own house. I don't have unlimited funds, you don't have unlimited funds, and the county doesn't have unlimited funds. So we should try to make wise decisions. And the other issue is about 1/3 of the dogs come out of my district. They come out of the Mojave Valley, Fort Mojave area. Maybe it would be a better solution to build that in along the Colorado River to take care of those animals there, rather than forcing my constituents to drive all the way halfway across the county to reclaim their animal that's gotten loose. So that's another thing that we ought to take a look at. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam
Yes.
Chairman, thank you. Supervisor Gould has brought up some tremendous ideas, and I would like to ask staff to make contact with the gentleman who owns property adjacent to the animal shelter. That gentleman's name is Alan Frost. The parcels are 30202, 052A, 051B, and 3020206G. If that gentleman has an interest in selling any of those properties, and I think he has shown an interest in the past, it might give us a better idea of what we can do on that property. It would have certainly expanded probably by 70 or 80%. Give us plenty of room to work within. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Supervisor Watson that, while I'm not overjoyed at putting $5 million more into the courts to finish what the board has decided to do, if we have the money now to set it aside, makes the most sense to me. I think where the disagreement that I have with the board is we need an animal control building. I will not argue that. But we're looking at building a humane society, which is not in our purview to build. I don't even know that the county has the authority to build a building and lease to somebody else with the clear intent of it not being animal control, of it being a humane society. When I hear about, a gift shop and those sorts of things, we have animal control officers who don't even have offices now. They work out of their cars. They don't have any place to write their reports. That really bothers me that we're thinking about that when we've had, like Supervisor Gould said, Havasu and Bullhead have handled theirs. If we do animal control and the people in the county area want to build a humane society, more power to them. But I think our job and the best use of our money is to build an animal control building and let the public handle what it should be their responsibility.
Thank you. Okay, that leaves me. I agree with a lot of what Supervisor Gould said. I've said right from the beginning that we need to do something with this shelter that houses these animals. But I still don't think we have enough information. This agenda item, which we talked about during the budget process, was really just to let the county know that we intend on doing something. When I heard the $3 million number, I heard it first, and when I started thinking about it, I believe it's too high, and I'm sure Supervisor Gould will agree. If you give the government the opportunity to use $3 million, they'll use $3 million. So I would be more comfortable with a lower number, more like $2 million, which I think is too much either. But if it got to a point where they needed more money, they would bring it back to us anyway. The secret that's going on here is that we don't even really need to do this. At any time during the year, we could let the administration know we wanted to do this. But I think it is a good faith thing to do now, to let the community know that this is something, because we have talked about it for many, many years. But, and so I will agree, not to $3 million, but to $2 million. But the caveat is, we want, before we make any decision, we want all those things to be looked at. Renovating the existing one, building onto the existing one. I've heard so many different stories about that existing one. This is the same thing about those items I pulled. I want all the information so we could make the best decision. And I hate that we're on a crunch like this, but not for the building. The building we're not. The other aspect we are. And while I'm at it, before I forget, thank you for this, but the counties, I just also want to let you know that Pinal is the other one besides Maricopa that runs their own shelter. They budget $2.5 million to run their shelter. Yeah, it's a lot of money. So again, when we're talking about that, I don't think we have all the numbers that that we don't really understand, because frankly, it's not our job to run a shelter. So that all being said, I will support, but not $3 million. I will support $2 million, but we still have to get all the information. So it's not saying we're going to spend it today, this year. Hopefully, we can all come up with something, but it will come back before this board. So that is my 2 cents.
Chairman Angus?
Yes.
If I could just add, I wanted to answer Supervisor Watson's question about the special districts. Going over to what Supervisor Gould stated, Coconino County does have a special district. It's called the Coconino County Public Health Services District's Animal Management, and they do those things that a shelter would do, or that animal management would do: investigate public complaints, issue dog licenses, inspect kennels. So they do. It looks like they do spay and neuter vouchers. So it looks like what they've done is they've done a combination of animal control enforcement, but also services that you would typically be done in a shelter under the purview of a public health services district. It's interesting. I've never seen it before. It's a pretty novel idea. Otherwise, there's nothing in the special district statutes that specifically say build a shelter. What they've done is they put it underneath the Public Health Services District. So
I think that's why it's not good to compare all the counties, because the financing aspect of it, there's all difference. The taxing districts, the sales tax, I mean, most counties are at their cap of the sales tax, not us. So we're trying to do it within the means that this county and this board, you know, sets forward. So that's always an issue. So I just wanted to let the public know that. It's just hard to compare counties. Do you want to answer?
Supervisor Angus?
Yes.
If there's no further discussion, I'd like to give a shot at making a motion.
Okay, there are a few people who want to speak. I'm going to give the opportunity, because you've been sitting there and a lot of you came a long way, but I hope you listened to what was said and that I hope some of your questions were answered, but I will give an opportunity.
You're right. I apologize. I'll make the motion
okay.
after the speakers.
Okay. And again, if you hear what you want to say said by someone else, for the sake of time, I would appreciate it if maybe you would just speak less, or, you know, just say you agree with the speaker before. Okay, first one up is Donna Vogel from Dolan Springs.
Good morning. I'd like to thank all of the Board of Supervisors here today for acknowledging the imminent need for a new county animal shelter, and I ask your consideration to fulfill this need by voting yes today. I was actually an animal control officer and livestock deputy for 10 years back in Texas, and I've seen both sides of how it works having an adequate, clean, well-run shelter versus one that is inadequate, not well-run, and overcrowded. We all know there's an epidemic in this country of overpopulation of pets, most often dogs and cats, and although the problem has made some positive progress through better education available to pet owners and the availability of low-cost spay-neuter programs, there's still an overwhelming number of animals that end up on the street, scared, hungry, suffering from hunger, thirst, disease, and exposure to harsh weather, be it freezing or scorching temperatures. The animals are innocent victims of human indifference, cruelty, or just plain apathy for giving them the care they deserve, and that's how they end up at our shelters. The current shelter we have is outdated, it's too small, and it's in a less than desirable location that forces the animals and its employees to be subject to the loud and piercing noise of the constant train traffic directly behind the shelter. A new shelter would provide room to accommodate the influx of animals, which would give them more time to have a chance to be adopted into a loving home instead of being euthanized due to overcrowding. I believe a shelter with a pleasant, quiet area for potential adopters to sit and meet a hopeful fur baby would greatly increase the amount of adoptions, as the animal's behavior would definitely let them be able to put their best paw forward in a more controlled and serene environment. And I also believe a new facility in a better location than the present one would draw a greater number of potential adopting families and encourage them to take a deserving, loving pet home with them. So I implore you to approve this new shelter. The animals have no voice of their own. They only have us. Us, the people whose hearts have been touched and blessed by their unconditional love and loyalty. And even though I live in Dolan Springs, I'll dedicate my time to volunteer as much as I can at the new shelter. I do have to say I feel less sorry about an animal control officer having to make out a report while sitting in the climate-controlled comfort of their vehicle for a few hours versus the way that the animals will have to be kept if it's just mainly just a bare-bones dog pound, for a better word. A new shelter would mean more deserving animals will have a better chance, and it will lessen the experience of having the horrific terror of these animals being led down that last dark corridor to that last door, which behind it looms the certainty that they will die alone, frightened, and unloved. So won't you please open your hearts and the county's wallet today and be the light at the end of the tunnel that is frightening them. And I truly believe if you vote yes, we will all be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Butch.
Good morning, Chairman Angus, Supervisor Watson, Gold, Bishop, Johnson, and County Manager Mike Hendricks. I appreciate you allowing me to speak today. I've watched this shelter that we currently have over the years and saw the construction remodel Band-Aid effect that we've done, and I think it's time that we build a new shelter, no matter where it is. It could be down in Supervisor Gold's area. I don't care. And if the city of Kingman keeps dropping animals on us, lease them that building and let them run their own little facility there. I know that there's a lot of decision-making, research that's going to be needed. I may not agree with the final outcome, but I respect your wishes and your vote. So all I can say is thank you very much. I hope that you build a new shelter. I know that a lot of the other sanctuaries do come down there and adopt animals out of there to keep the numbers down. That's all I could say, and I think you guys are doing a great job as being stewards for Mojave County. Thank you.
Thank you. Penelope Townsend.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and Supervisors. My name is Penelope Townsend. My address is 2247 Golden Gate Avenue, here in Kingman, 86401. I'm here to speak about the current situation around the Kingman Animal Welfare Building, currently operated by Western Arizona Humane Society. Firstly, I'm going to go briefly on this regarding the possibility of being run for another year at least by WAS, seeing the great job the current staff and the manager are doing under quite difficult circumstances there. I think a lot of people would be very agreeable to this. I would be one of them. Secondly, regarding the allocation of funds to build a new shelter, I came here at the beginning of this year, Supervisor Bishop probably remembers me, to speak publicly to the board expressing the necessity of this new shelter. At the last board meeting, the item was tabled and it was planned again as we've done for now. You need to gather more information. There was, as Chairman Angus said, the report made started with a committee formed in 2017. I think they are locations, which was said, so I'm not going to go further into that. Regarding the costs, we have indeed the new shelter in Havasu, so we have indications of costs. We all basically pretty much know that $3 million ceiling is sort of high. It could be lower, but then again, just asking around, like at other shelters that have been recently built, maybe would give us a good indication of this. Don't let us waste another 2 years humming and hawing about a new shelter. The shelter that was built in the 70s down by the railroad tracks is not a good environment for animals. It really isn't. It's not a good environment for the staff. We need a new shelter. As Supervisor Bishop, I think, or Chairman Angus said, it's not got to be the Taj Mahal, but it's got to be workable. All the money that the board is talking about maybe putting into this old shelter, you know, why not just extend it and put some little bit more money in and build a suitable building for it? Don't think, okay, people are going to forget this, you know, because we're not. It's that simple. And if it wasn't for that shelter, Mojave County would be overrun by feral dogs and cats. I mean, down in Supervisor Gould's area, the feral cats are an enormous problem, as I'm sure he knows. Let's get this motion passed with a big yay. If the board's not willing to do that today, let's not just table it indefinitely. Please let us get some go in this, because we really need the new shelter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lori Lynn.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Lori A. Lynn. I reside at 230 Sunrise Avenue here in Kingman. I am in favor of the current question, agenda item 46. A quote from author Matthew Scully: "Animals are more than ever a test of our character, of mankind's capacity for empathy, and for decent, honorable conduct and faithful stewardship. We are called to treat them with kindness, not because they have rights or power or some claim to equality, but in a sense because they don't, because they all stand unequal and powerless before us. There are few times in one's life when presented an opportunity to make an impact that will resonate well beyond position or years. This is that time. Please vote to fund a new Mojave County Animal Shelter. Build your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte Kiefer? I hope I pronounced that correctly.
My name is Charlotte Kiffer, and I'm one of the 43 emails that you received. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm the proud mother of Buddy, Sammy Sue, and Bullet. And I got them from the animal shelter. I support a new shelter. If you've not been down there for any length of time, you don't understand what a horrible situation those animals are in. The staff is wonderful. They have always been wonderful, but now's the time. If you have this many people here, taxpayers, voters, that are here saying, we need this, and you have the money and you have the land, I really don't understand why we're going to be talking about it anymore. I completely get the part about needing all the information to make an informed decision. I think that should have been done before now. But here we are. And I think it makes perfect sense for you to earmark the money. I'm not saying we have to spend $3 million, but I think you can earmark the money and you can say to the voters of this county, we are going to follow through on something that you've determined is very important to you and to our community. I live in Dolan Springs, 7288 West 9th Street. And in the last month, we had 3 dog hoarders, and they pulled 72 dogs out of those 3 homes. And where did they come but to the shelter here in Kingman? And they were outside because there's no room for the dogs in the facility. Dolan Springs has become a dumping ground for dogs, and it's sad. And so we need a facility close by. Supervisor Gould, I appreciate that you have a problem in your district, but we have one in ours as well. And Kingman is a central location, and it's important for all the animals that are not gathered short of Bullhead City and Kingman come here to Kingman. And I think now's the time, and I really would appreciate your support in voting to approve this measure, earmarking the money. I think you can do some preliminary work about the cost, the aspects of the building that would make it attractive and make it produce some income. So I'm here on behalf of the voices of those that can't be here, and I ask for your support.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've been asked to give us a 5-minute break. Is that okay? Yeah, just a 5-minute break, just to take care. Do you want a 10-minute? Okay, 10-minute break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Where's Ginny? Where'd she go?
Please don't threaten me, thank you.
Ginny? Where'd Ginny go? Oh, there she is. Okay. Okay, so we're going to call this back to order, and we're still having people speak about just the construction of the shelter. We're not speaking about anything else but that. Next one up is Sue Foster.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Foster from Golden Valley, and we just moved here like 2.5 years ago from Tennessee, and I volunteered the 11 of the 12 years over there for a high-kill shelter. The conditions of their shelter, and it was county-owned, were horrible. And so when we moved here, I was shocked when I saw your shelter here. And so I just have to plead with you to say yes for this and just do it so we don't all have to come back here again and hopefully try to talk you guys into saying yes. I mean, I'm a thrifty spender. I even went to the Vietnam veteran group over there, and I asked them if they would help with our fundraising, and it just so happened that the secretary was an architect. He's the one who built the building that they now have over there, and they just opened it last year after we moved. So I mean, we saw it this year when we went there, but yeah. So that's all I wanted to say is that I hope that you'll say yes to this and just do it.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you for sticking around.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Mayor Jen Miles, Kingman Mayor.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Manager Hendricks. Thank you for this opportunity to talk. And first, I'll speak a little bit on behalf of the City of Kingman. I want to express our support for the building of a new Mojave County Animal Shelter in Kingman. We do participate in the current facility, and in doing so, we recognize the dire need for improved conditions to promote a life-saving culture for Mojave County's displaced and abandoned animals. And I'll talk to that a little bit more, but first I want to comment on or address the comments that the City of Kingman should contribute more to the cost of the shelter or the cost of operations. At this time, the City of Kingman has no dedicated revenue, capital project revenue fund, and we will be stretched during the coming year, but we will find funding for the Rancho Santa Fe Interchange Project, which will benefit the city and the county a great deal through growth and improved property values. And it's a shared benefit, and we are glad of that. And I ask and we hope that the county will move forward on this shelter being a shared benefit, but addressing with the city, not the cost of construction, but the discussion limit to operational issues regarding the shelter. I think that would be a fair dialogue to have as we go forward. Now I want to speak just a little bit on a personal level about the need for the new shelter. I know this shelter very well, moving here 26 years ago and getting my first, and I'm going to call it what it was, a pound puppy at the shelter, and that was my first interaction. And over the years, I went there many times, and I'm advocating today for the continuation of a humane shelter that promotes a life-saving culture, not just control, because control has consequences that are, as we know, result in very low live release rates, but a life-saving culture for our displaced and abandoned animals and for the building of the new humane shelter. Some of you may know that in 2007, I was founder and co-president of an animal welfare coalition called Mojave CareNet, whose board included the directors of WAS, For the Love of Paws, HALT, and Petco. We formed because there was a desperate need for a new shelter for a change, and the public and the county knew it at that time. The county's live release rate with over 5,000 animals was 22%. And at that time, WAS had live release rates of over 80% with handling about 2,500 animals. But the time was opportune to form to work with the county because you were conducting a needs assessment study, and the scope of work included projecting shelter needs for the next 15 to 20 years and recommending a new facility. And that study was done, and as we've discussed, it came in at a Taj Mahal price of $5 million. And that was a deluxe price, but it was looking forward to 20 years of growth. And then the recession hit, the project was put on hold, but something positive came out of it, and the county was dedicated to running a humane shelter with a focus on protection to the extent possible and not animal control only. And a contract was made with a humane organization to operate the shelter. And progress has been made, and this proposal today, cutting the cost back to $3 million or $2 million, would still provide a foundation for the future for animal protection and control in our county. Our citizens value a county shelter and management team that promotes the human-animal bond and is dedicated to the welfare of animals. Thousands of animals are still coming into the shelter here, and recent statistics show almost 2,000 dogs just in 9 months between 2018 and 19. These animals need adequate space to be housed until they can be rehomed, returned to owners, or transferred to other adoption facilities. We all know they need adequate space to safely segregate this population to assess and evaluate the animal's health so that sick animals do not be put in with the general population. And there have been comments made today about the features that are available in most shelters today, including visitation rooms and things of that nature that foster adoption. So I hope that this board will further the progress that has been made and choose to invest in a shelter and shelter team that promotes that life-saving culture and aligns with a growing movement in this nation, if not and this county and nation, in which many states are adopting shelter pets as their state pets. It is that important to people. And so thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mayor.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
The city of Kingman has the same requirements that the county does regarding animal control, correct?
Well,
same state law.
Well, the state law would apply to us, I presume.
Right, so it's the same time limit and everything.
Yeah, we have animal control that does probably bring in, I don't know, I had the numbers for this last 9-month period. We were maybe 20% of what was being brought in, and we do fund those animals that are brought in.
Right, but you keep them at the county shelter. You don't have.
It is a county shelter. Mm-hmm.
Keep them at the county shelter. So if the city of Kingman would build their own animal control facility, they could actually do the things that you're asking the county to do.
Well, the county has that obligation to the entire county, and I would just say that the population of the city of Kingman is so much smaller, and also the animal population is so much smaller. But the real key here is the city of Kingman has no surplus. We're not sitting there saying, oh, we have a surplus this year. We are, as you know, facing a reduction in budget due to the recall of a 1% sales tax that brought us back to 2.5% for our budget. And that has caused us to cut back on projects, including a new fire station, including road work on residential streets. So it's probably not something that I can take forth to the city at this time and say that we have any chance at really looking at that. If I personally had the funds, of course, I think many of us feel this way. Yay, we would go that direction. We're relying on the county. The county has the largest population of animals out there in unincorporated areas, and we will work with you on the things that we can work with you on. But the city cannot take on the county's range that you do.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that the city would do that or should do it or should even contribute money to the county's facility, because we have the same requirements that you do. But if what everybody's here pushing for is a humane society, not animal control. They're wanting the county to build a humane society, which the city of Kingman could do if they wanted with the other ones. But I'm just saying that you're coming to us, asking us to do a humane society, you know, when the city could do it too.
A humane shelter. And that is possible under any number of conditions. The dedication has to be to the humane treatment of animals. And I could go back in time and I can tell you some stories that would curl toes about things that we don't want to happen again. And so how that humane shelter is administered and managed, that's a different discussion. That's when I'm willing to sit at the table, but it's not totally the building of the shelter, and I understand that's your agenda item.
Yeah, that is. We have to decide whether we're building an animal control or animal shelter.
Well, you know, with all respect, Supervisor, the concept of just addressing animal control seems, I have to say, passé, because most communities now really have expectations that the leadership understand that the animals that are brought in, just like has been expressed here very well, need to be treated with humane treatment and ideally given time to get them rehomed or redistributed rather than just hold them 3 days or 10 days and euthanize them. That's animal control. A humane shelter has a dedication to life-saving partnerships, life-saving techniques, and just care for the animals that goes beyond just holding them for the required amount of time.
Oh, I agree with that, and neither our board nor I'm sure your city council thinks anything different, but the problem that at least I'm faced with is there's nobody in the county area, the unincorporated area, where we seem to be having all these problems. We've taken in, I think, 228 hoarding cases, but yet nobody wants us to put restrictions on people. But there's been no group that has come forward, no nonprofit group has formed to raise money to fulfill this need among themselves. They look to the people of Lake Havasu and Bullhead to fund this for them. And that's the problem that I have, and I still haven't seen anybody stand up and say, we're forming a group, we want to save the animals. They want the 5 board members here to take taxpayer money to do what they should be doing.
Well, I think we see that happens in a lot of governments, and again, you get down to priority setting and goal setting based on your constituents' expectations for your stewardship. And I think it's stewardship of your money, but it's also stewardship of your living creatures in your in your areas. So that's what people look to government for, I think, and it goes beyond just money. So money is always an issue. Believe me, I understand that. But the county has this capacity to do this, and it has the capacity to partner or contract with humane groups or have a humane stance itself if you take it into the county. So those are decisions I know you're going to be discussing. And as I say, on behalf of the city, I think we can come to the table on the issues that are not building a shelter. And I think that's where I'll just leave that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, well. Supervisor Watson?
Thank you, Chairman. Mayor Miles, thank you for coming today. I have a couple questions for you. It's my understanding the city of Kingman has a license, dog license, animal licenses, is that correct?
Yes, they have.
And those fees run anywhere from $2 for a disabled vet to $15 or $30 for an unspayed animal.
Yes.
Could you tell me what's the function of those dollars? They go to your general fund, or are they used to offset cost by putting animals in the county facility?
No,
could you explain that, please?
I would be glad to. I do not have that information, but I will get it and get it to you. I know that the only thing I remember about those fees is that at the time, there was a time when they were always going to be collected at the the city, and we fought to have them collected, or have the shelter be able to do that so that people wouldn't have to make another trip. But I really can find that out for you.
Well, thank you
I
very
think
much.
it's not a huge amount, but I can definitely get it.
Well, and I wanted to point out that this is just one of the many questions that should be asked and answered before we continue to make this decision. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Supervisor. I have a different mindset. I think that's an operational issue and a budget issue that can be worked out along the way. I think the decision to budget or earmark budget funds for a capital project can be made, and a lot of the detail can be worked out in the course of that. If not, we would not have gotten in some major movement in some of the projects we're working on.
Well,
so you
thank
have to
Mayor.
look ahead.
From your standpoint, I can certainly understand that. It's our money, and it belongs to the taxpayers, so we're just trying to be the best stewards we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Mayor, I also want to thank you for coming down. I had a question for you, though, ma'am.
Who has a question?
I do, ma'am.
Oh.
I just want to thank you for coming down. Frankly, I find your argument rather weak. So your argument is we've spent our money on other projects. We've got it earmarked on other capital projects. So we don't have the money to participate in what's statutorily required by the state, which is animal control. So what do I say to Lake Havasu City and Bullhead City, who I'm sure would rather spend their money that they spend on animal shelters on other public projects and have the county pick their tab up too?
Does Lake Havasu fund WAS?
They sure do.
Okay, then I could get some information on that. As I say, these are all, and I'm going back to what the chairman has asked me to adhere to, which is the operational component of the shelter management, which is not the discussion on this agenda item. So I would be glad to come back and discuss operations, and I would be glad to meet with the county to discuss contractual issues such as that. But today I'm here basically on the shelter. So I will take back the question about the licensing. I will take back the questions about can we support a humane management contract or contributing to that. I was addressing strictly the capital funds required to build a shelter today. And that's where I said the city does not have this funding, and it doesn't. So I think that's pretty strong and direct, actually.
Well, that's the same weak argument that you made previously.
Well,
Lake Havasu City.
Sir, if you would like to continue that line, that's fine. It's what is real, and if what is real is weak, then it is.
Excuse me, Supervisor Gould, I think the mayor has said that she'll be happy to come back and talk about the operation side of it, and that's one of the reasons I took those end items off, because I still think we have a lot of talking to do with entities like Kingman and things like that. But you're on record saying that you will discuss the actual operations.
We would discuss operational issues with the county. With respect to the shelter and my personal experience in terms of funds, that cat shed was built using a donation from my now late ex-husband. And when I worked for the county, all of those external kennels were built in partnership with Home Depot and others that we fostered in order to have an outside exercise space for those animals to get out of those dark corridor shelters. So I do have some personal involvement, engagement, and contribution to the development of this shelter. And it has been Band-Aids, as someone said. It's been Band-Aids, Band-Aids, Band-Aids. It all helps, but it's not adequate. That's my comments about the shelter.
Madam Chairman, I did not yield. I'm still talking about capital contributions. You know, I just think it's unfair for you to say that Kingman can't participate when Lake Havasu City and Bullhead City do.
Well, when I see them participating to your shelter, then that would be an interesting thing.
I guess we're going to disagree.
Yes.
Thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and we look forward to more discussions in the next few weeks because we are in a crunch situation. Okay, thank you. Judy Spahn, did I say that right too? Okay.
Hi, thank you so very much for listening to us. And I would like to ask that you would all consider just have lots of mercy on these poor animals that have no voice. I'm a resident of Dolan Springs. Dolan, we have a problem in Dolan that isn't evident in other areas. We're far away from the city. We have people there who have no transportation. We cannot get, lots of people can't get their animals into the vet or to the spay-neuter clinics. We used to be serviced, we were serviced for 2 years by the mobile unit out of Flagstaff. They had plateau land, and then the gas went up and they lost their vet. And we lost our mobile program for spay and neuter. We were just getting a handle on our animals that needed spayed and neutered. We now have a lot of dogs at large, cats at large, because we have no spay-neuter facilities. While you're considering building a new shelter, would you consider making a mobile unit, a mobile spay-neuter vehicle, part of that shelter, so that it could perform at the shelter part of the time, and also be available to go to outlying areas one day every couple of weeks, or once a month in Golden Valley, in Dolan Springs, in Fort Mojave, in any of the other areas that need to have spay-neuter. It would still have the equipment for the shelter, but it would be an extension of the shelter that could go to and service the outlying areas, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maria Fiddler.
Hello, my name is Maria L. Fiddler. I live at 325 El Rancho Drive in Kingman, Arizona. I've lived here for 28 years. I'm here to speak on behalf of our four-legged friends. They have no say in their care and their treatment, so we all, as decent human beings, need to be their voice. The current county shelter in Kingman, Arizona should not be band-aided back together. It is old and poorly located next to the train noise. For instance, if OSHA has said the workers should have ear protection, imagine what's happening with the animals, especially with the dogs, with their high-pitched sounds that they hear that we don't. I mean, and I agree with past speakers who have said that, is that fostering a good place for the animals? Plus, the animals would be agitated. Who's going to want to adopt a dog who's crazy trained, That is not fostering good adoption rates. Secondly, we have unspent budgeted money in our county's capital projects fund. We need to use that money now. We don't need to say, oh, we'll think about it. We'll get studies. Maybe 3 months from now we'll think about it. Maybe a year from now we'll think about it. We need to do it now. Our county manager, Mr. Hendricks, has said that he can go on the board's recommendation and not spend the whole $3 million. He can get bids for lower amounts. We need to pass this now. If we skimp on a new shelter, we're not providing what our animals need for now and the future. You need to think about the future. The future, we're just going to have more and more of a problem if we don't take care of this now. And we need to vote. I urge you to please vote yes on agenda number 46. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Lisa Schneider, again, we're just talking about the construction of the shelter.
Lisa Snyder, 1475 Cordis Road, Golden Valley. And I'm going to enter a little bit of a different perspective as being a shelter manager there for a couple of years, as well as at management at another shelter. This needs to be changed, not only for the safety of our animals, which we know about, but also the safety of our staff. We have we need this new building. The animals themselves are overcrowded. We know that. That is part of what the safety complaint was, the noise complaint. I was there during the time when they did the study for the sound. It wasn't as much the trains as just so many animals in a small concrete building barking so badly. Yes, ear protection's used, but that puts your people at risk because then they cannot hear if something's going on, so you need to be balanced on that. What we need to remember is we are primarily an intake shelter there. As you know from all the hoarding cases, you'll get 20 to 30 to 50 to, in the case of rough, 100 and some in one day. Those animals are not ready for adoption. These are not adoptable animals. We've had hoarding cases that have had to be held at that shelter for up to 30 to 45 days in a kennel. And I think we need to focus on having a good place for them and a safe place for them. We also need to take into account a lot of these animals are coming in unvaccinated. They have disease spread. You need to have an area with a separate ventilation, not near the rest of the population, to protect them. Years ago, we lost 50 animals because we could not isolate them properly. So those are the things that also we need to consider here. We have guillotines that you say, yes, we have a way to keep the aggressive dogs from our staff. Not true. Those guillotines do not work. These animals come through those, the employees there are at risk. Our animal control officers are at risk. They have nowhere safe to unload these animals. Most shelters, all the ones I've been to, have a sally port area. You pull in, you close the doors, you unload the animals, you take them directly to where they need to go. At the shelter down there, you unload them on a cement slab out in the middle of poorly fenced areas, and they're forced to take them, sometimes even on a rabies pole, through buildings to get to a kennel. We need a better system for that. And that is a lot of the main reasons we have got to do something to get a new building safe. We need to, yes, an adoption center is important, and we need an indoor adoption, because who wants to sit outside and meet a dog at 102 degrees? It's tough. But we need to look at that as well. We need to take care of Dolan and all these areas with all these hoarding animals, but we really don't have the facility to do it. And that's something that's supporting our sheriff and our law enforcement people that want to crack down on these hoarders. We have no way to support them properly because there is nowhere to hold these animals. And that's kind of where my perspective's coming from this, is being in operations. Yes, they're kept outside because there's no option. We need to fix that. So we do need a new building, and we need it for not only employee safety, animal control officer safety, but also them.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Lisa, Supervisor Gould has a question for you.
Absolutely.
So are you speaking of the sliding doors as a concept do not work, or that those doors at that facility do not work?
As a concept, that particular style are not terribly effective. Large dogs can blow through them. The gearing systems go out very quickly. We need to look at a different concept for especially the rabies quarantines and the highly aggressives. There's other shelters that have other techniques, sliding different ways, different things that work much more efficiently than those metal. Plus those guillotines, as other people that have been at that shelter know, if the cable breaks, your dog gets hurt, and it's happened, and that's not fair either.
But that's more of a maintenance issue than a concept issue.
Well, if you're going to build any shelter, you need to build it right. And those things, they've repaired those, I don't know, oh my God, I think we had them down there, the county down there every week or two trying to fix those. And the concept isn't right anymore. It's outdated, and we need to do something else. There's less expensive, more effective ways to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Sure.
Lisa, I have a question, please. Lisa, I'm curious. I know at the shelter where it is now, there's been some cages built in the very back along the railroad tracks. I understand that's for isolation, but it's dirt I'm wondering, are you able to clean that area and
We had
decontaminate it?
Yeah, when we put those in originally, and I don't know if they're the same ones, there's two sets. There was two very large ones back there that were dirt that I kept petitioning the county just to bring us some fill dirt or some rock from a construction project to fill those in. Then there was new ones that during one of the hoarding cases, through donation, we had put up over to the other side. Those had rock donated on them. They're hard to clean, however. You shouldn't really be putting sick animals in those because you can't sterilize dirt effectively. So
Exactly. So parvo, if it gets in the dirt,
it's there.
stays
Distemper, same thing. Valley fever, all of which are very prevalent in Mojave County.
So when you were there, where were sick animals placed? If they came in from like a hoarding?
We had designated one section off on the far end that used to be where the intake animals came in, where the cement pad was, as an isolation room, because it's the only part of that shelter that you could close off completely, and it had its own air system. It was the only place in that whole place that we could isolate sick animals in, but it was a small area.
Okay, I was just asking because on the evening news, there's a lot of talk about the shelter in Maricopa County that's been shut down. I think it was the East.
And they've lost a lot of animals. And we did as well during a hoarding case a few years ago. We ended up euthanizing 50 animals because of the distemper problem, because we just did not have a space to isolate them. And they weren't adoptable. They were being held for a court case.
Is there such a thing as a no-kill county or municipal shelter?
I have not seen one. You can be a no-kill ethic, which is what we work for, is you try to save as many as you can. You work through rescue partners, that kind of thing. But 100% no-kill county open intake shelter, and I'm just going to say this, it makes me unpopular, I'm sorry, is impossible. Because you get animals that are vicious, you get animals that are so sick you can't save them. Those are the animals that your rescues and some of your humane societies can do, but an open intake shelter, you cannot be 100% no-kill, it's impossible.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sherry Dalen? Sherry? Okay.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Sharita Lynn. I am the founder and operator of For the Love of Paws Domestic Animal Rescue and Sanctuary. We have been in operation for 15 years. And during those 15 years, we've been told over and over and over again that we're going to get a new shelter. But there's always something that gets in the way, new county buildings, a new jail, whatever. But you do not deal with what we deal with every day. And that shelter down there is not a shelter. It's a hellhole. And those animals having to deal with those trains going by. I was just there yesterday, and I was delivering a refrigerator to somebody who lives in that area, and their refrigerator had gone out. We had a backup, so I gave it to him. While I was there, 5 trains in 1/2 hour went by. Now, you might be able to use ear protection for that, but that vibration is still there. And those animals are living with that day in and day out, 365 days a year. You go in there, they're in dungeons. I'm just, it makes me ill to go there. And so many people will not go there to look for an animal to adopt because they can't stand walking in the place. It is very, very depressing. And so I just want to say, it's time now for a new shelter. You've been putting it off for years, and it is not your money. It's our money. And if we want a new shelter, we should get one. Our taxes have paid. They're subsidizing that shelter right now. I mean, $260,000 a year is going there, and that's not all of the money that they take in. So I just want to say, you know, there are third world countries that have a better shelter than we do, except maybe Venezuela, and they don't need one anymore. And to quote Gandhi, the greatness of a nation is judged by how it treats its animals. Well, the same thing goes for municipalities.
And the way these animals are treated here and living in these conditions says a whole lot about Mojave County. And ain't none of it good and none of it great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tracy Langley.
Chairman Angus, as she's coming down, I just wanted to let you know, or let Sherry know, I got your email, and it's even more dramatic than your testimony, so thank you very much for that.
Hello, Tracy Langley, 3965 North Pinal Street, Kingman, Arizona. Chairman Angus, members of the board. A couple of you have mentioned about maybe the community building the shelter or a not-for-profit building the shelter. The only thing that I have a problem with that happening is then that takes your control away from you, because you're going to contract with that company. You're going to have to contract with that company. You're not going to have another choice, because you're not going to have a facility. So when we go out for contract for bid, like say, a couple years ago we had low cost and we had WAS, you would not be able to do that anymore. And then they can, oh, we want 350 this year. Well, next year we want 400. Next year we want 450. What are you going to do? How are you going to say no? Because now you don't have a building. So if the county builds the building, it gives you more options on who you employ to run that shelter. So this, you might not have this, but everybody else has this. So in here answers some of the questions that you guys had about what option 3 was, maintaining the shelter that we have now, and the reasons that wasn't feasible. In 10 years, we put over $400,000 into it. That's just in kind of a 10-year period. And a lot of those repairs needed to be redone after about 6 months. They don't get done that fast, but it's just not effective to keep putting Band-Aids on that property. We spent a lot of money there. In this was also like what's required to build a shelter, what's recommended. Good drainage, neighborhood that tolerates barking dogs. We don't have good drainage. We don't have a neighborhood that tolerates barking dogs. Close to a highway, easily accessible to the public. There are a lot of those criteria that were set forth in both needs assessments that this current shelter just will not meet. If the county doesn't own the animals that get there for 3 days. It doesn't own them. Some of those animals are people's animals where they die, they pass away. If you take control of that animal, and then the animal gets sick while in your care, what happens to that? I would sue, because the building is not adequate. Even MCACC has a wall that runs down the middle of the animals because distemper is spread within 4 foot through the air. So when your animals are that close, as they are in our facility, both sides, cross-contamination and the single trough, those are things that would have to be replaced in keeping the current shelter. So there's actually a whole lot that would have to go into that, and we looked at that. And it would be a lot of money to redo the current shelter, probably like $1 million, $1.5 million, and then you're still not gonna have a good facility. If you guys any of you want to meet with any of us that did this, I am 100% sure that any of us would go over this with you again. Any of us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. And last up, and I think he's got another point of view, Mr. Larry Dye. Oh, I'm sorry, what's your name? Oh, Billy, where'd you go? I saw your name. Okay. Do you want to, well, let this gentleman come up first. And yeah, okay, I won't forget about you. I'm sorry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, Madam Chairman. My name is Larry Dye. I'm a 6th-generation descendant of Mojave County and a longtime resident of Kingman, minus about 4 years. I'm here today to support your guys' agenda on 46 and 49. I'm disappointed that you pulled those other agenda items because those were most of my questions I had. So I guess I'll have to make another trip. However, I have heard some excellent comments, and most of what I had to say people have already said, so I'll keep it kind of short and sweet here. I am against the Western Arizona Humane Society's proposal to take it over again because of
Excuse
what they
me,
said in the beginning.
Mr. Dye, this is only about the
Sorry,
shelter
okay,
itself.
okay. All right, well, may I share a short story about the shelter?
The building itself?
Okay, yes,
Okay.
the facility. First of all, I want to share this important because it's relevant to the agenda items. As a child, I grew up in the 1960s and mid-60s, and my grandmother, my Nana, lived in the neighborhood on Mojave Street, which is only 2 blocks away. And we would pass by that animal shelter every day in the summer to go play baseball at the Little League Park. At that time, that shelter was a scary place then. It was loud, it was ugly, and the odor was atrocious. Years later, I visited that shelter to adopt dogs, and the environment was just the same. So it was sad to say. Just last week, I took my grandson, who's 7 years old, to the shelter, who had never been there because I've been looking for a puppy to adopt. I was very appalled with the dog shelter conditions, being in the hot sun, chain link, and block cages that appeared like a solitary confinement cell, as the dogs wouldn't even come out to be seen. We could look at their name tags, but we couldn't see them. Most people here that have already described the conditions of it. It was not humane at all. My grandson was actually so scared he wanted to leave the area. So we went to the cat area, the kennel area, which I was very impressed with. The cleanliness, the comfortable, and the well-organized area. Whoever is the supervisor of that cat area should be recognized for a job well done. So with that in mind, I just finally have to say in closing that I see no benefits from Ross, the shelter, because the business would be run as usual, poor working conditions and underpaid staff. I strongly agree with Supervisor Watson, Bishop, and Angus that it is time to pony up. And as this issue is long overdue, as many have already stated, Kingman needs a new shelter with a consistent management team that offers employees full-time temporary employment, accountability, and a chance to receive benefits and pay raise incentives, which they do not have at this time. And most importantly, a new and better environment for the animals of Mojave County. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Billy Tedesco.
Good afternoon, I believe it is. My name is Billy Tedesco, 29-year resident of Kingman, 3407 Southern Vista Drive. 150 years ago, the first U.S. animal shelter was built by Carolyn Earl White in Philadelphia. At the time, she stated, "Animals have certain rights, as inalienable as those of man, to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness." As it happens, this week, June 16th to 22nd, is Animal Rights Awareness Week. How appropriate that we are here discussing a new animal shelter. The homeless animals of Mojave County are the responsibility of the county, which is governed by the Board of Supervisors. It is up to you today to step up for the rights of these animals. Their homelessness is human-caused, and it is our responsibility as moral human beings to take care of them while they are in your custody. A new shelter has been needed since long before 2007. Needs assessment stated that our county facility on Buchanan was beyond repair and a new facility should be built. The SASNAC group recommended a new facility 2 years ago, a committee for which I served on, and I'm proud to have done that. A new county shelter has been on the budget item for many years and has been consistently bumped to the bottom by more pressing needs or the state of the economy. I am not talking about building a Taj Mahal or even a humane society. I am talking about a county-owned facility that is adequate to house the animals brought into your care. The intake number of cats and dogs averages over 300 per month. That's an astounding number. These animals come from all over the county, the Strip, Dolan Springs, Fort Mojave, Golden Valley, any place outside of Lake Havasu and Bullhead city limits. The county has a contract with the city of Kingman now. That money has been going to WAS as contractor of the shelter. That money will go to the county once the county takes over the shelter. If you aren't happy with those numbers, then I would encourage you to renegotiate those.
For this number of intakes, a new shelter with a minimum of 80 dog kennels and 40 cat cages is necessary to house the animals taken into custody of the county. This is just to have adequate space for required hold periods, agency holds, and quarantine cases. Considering the needed facility, dog runs, ventilation systems, intake areas, etc., this facility is sure to cost more than you would think, more than we would like. But this number will not be known until you as a board vote to get this ball rolling, today I hope. Vote for the budget of up to $3 million or $2 million, whatever you see fit, to build this facility. Start a committee or hire an architect to see what exactly is needed and where it should be built on county land. That will come back to you with the recommendations for anything before it is done. You will have final say. Today, during Animal Rights Awareness Week, I respectfully ask that you vote for a new animal shelter. It should be a facility owned by the county, and then I know many nonprofit groups will step up to promote adoptions and have a no-kill ethic, and take this facility to the next level at no additional cost to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you everybody who stayed and spoke. A lot of the same people we did see 3 years ago. So thank you very much. Okay, Supervisor.
Okay, so at this point, I think it's appropriate that I take a stab at a motion. So here goes. I make a motion that we designate not to exceed $2 million from the Capital Projects Fund for the construction or remodel/addition of a Mojave County animal shelter, and direct staff to move forward with the site selection and design process.
Okay, I need a clarification.
Okay.
So does that mean if you're telling staff to go with a site selection, then they're going to do on their own? I mean, we're still going to get information? Can we still get information and make the decision? Or are we leaving it to the administration to make that decision?
Go ahead.
According to this motion, is what I mean.
Madam Chairman, I think it's very important for the board to decide on what the site is going to be for this facility. I believe that there was some discussion that there were a lot of questions that need to be answered, and I believe that the 2017 study that was conducted did an excellent job of actually defining different areas that this facility could go on. It did an excellent area on addressing some concerns, and it was a pretty much definitive document that some of the very interested and engaged people that the board placed on this committee provided a report that was just a roadmap on what the board could do. So that work, I believe, is done. I'm not sure what the staff is going to add to that, except we could bring back, we could review that report. I would pull in those committee members that are willing to participate into a group, have another discussion, and then bring it back in front of the board to do a site selection. I'd also ask the sheriff to weigh in on, what areas, what locations would make his operation easier or more efficient, so that we could cover that base. But I believe it's important to bring a location back in front of the board and then have the board authorize us to go out for a design. And that would also be approved by the board. Like Supervisor Gould has said, what will $2 million buy us? Well, we certainly could get a concept design for a $2 million facility and bring that back in front of the board and get final approval to move forward with commissioning an architect to design the facility and then put it out to bid.
I just want to make sure that the information, the site selection, is not just tied to that report, because that was just focused on Kingman. I want to make sure that all locations, including Supervisor Gould's district and maybe in other parts of Supervisor Bishop's, are given to us as I want to say all options is basically what I'm saying. That I just wanted to make sure that this this motion is clear on that.
Supervisor Angus, I did some research about the centrally location, the perfect central location, and that is Kingman. From different communities to the shelter here, Littlefield is 197 miles. So anything further past Kingman it's ridiculous. Temple Bar, White Hills area, that's 80 miles from the shelter in Kingman. Meadview is 62 miles from the shelter in Kingman. Peach Springs is 50 miles. Wickiup is 54. Lake Havasu City is 65, and Fort Mojave is only 45. So the only extreme mileage is already extreme, even with Kingman being the location selected. So I don't think, we can open up for discussion, but I don't think there's another central location other than
I don't think it's all about being central. I think it's where are the dogs coming from. I mean, even if it's a 45-mile drive from Mojave Valley, if that's happening on a regular basis and that's where most of the dogs, then it adds up. Those are the kind of things.
The dogs are mostly coming from, I can speak from experience, from Dolan Springs, Meadview, and Golden Valley.
That's not what was told to us. So that's the kind of thing. I want all that information. I think we all deserve that kind of information before we make that important decision.
Okay, well, that is not in my motion. Let me see if I can.
Well, neither is the other thing, really. I don't think.
Well, I guess the site selection. I could add the site selection, location, and design process. That would cover that. Okay, so let me restate my motion. My motion is to designate not to exceed $2 million from the Capital Projects Fund for the construction or remodel/addition of a Mojave County animal shelter, and direct staff to move forward with bringing back the site selection, location, and design process.
On county-owned property?
Would that go along with the site selection?
Did we need to put the county-owned property in there?
I don't think you need to necessarily, but I would put at the end there for the supervisor's final approval.
You get that, Jenny? I added that to my motion. Okay.
Okay, we're not going to say it again. Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second the motion.
And we have a motion and a second. Yes, please.
Madam Chair, the one thing I heard from one lady, Ms. Tedesco, one thing I heard, I think, from Ms. Tedesco was that we needed, 80 and 20. She had a number down of how many kennels we needed to handle the animals in the area. And I would think that would be part of this, because if you're going to build something, you need to build it from now and for the future, 10, 20 years down the road, or at least have it expandable. Yes. I think setting a dollar amount is not something good. I mean, if it comes back and just using these numbers, I don't think that was her numbers now, I can't remember, but say it was 80 and 20, and we say, well, we can't afford that for $2 million, we're only going to do 40 and 10, well, then we shouldn't build it, because we're just wasting money. I think we should get something find out what we need for a facility to handle our animal control. We can argue over the shelter later, but do that first, and then, I think set a dollar figure. We can either afford it or we can't when they come back.
But as I understand it, I mean, if it got to a point where, let's say we agree with the motion and it's $2 million, and then later on something happens and you don't think you can do it for $2 million, then you come back to us. I mean, you always have that option. It's not like we vote today, it's $2 million, that's it. Our projects are never like that.
Madam Chairman, that's correct. I don't know if there's anybody at this table today actually knows what $2 million will buy, but whatever we do, whatever we spend on an animal shelter in that neighborhood of dollars is going to be far improved from the facility that we currently have. And I would assume your operation is going to fit your facility. It's not going to be the other way around. So if your facility can handle 100 dogs, your operation is going to be to handle 100 dogs. If your facility is going to handle 200 dogs, your operation is going to be geared to handle and adopt out 200 dogs. The other thing that's important to note is if we do pick the right site, at some future date, that facility should be designed so that at some future date it can be expanded, if that's the wish of the board.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Mike? Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Watson?
Yes.
Supervisor Johnson?
No.
Supervisor Bishop?
Yes.
Supervisor Gould?
No.
Chairman Angus?
Yes. And I want to thank Supervisor Bishop for her hard work in moving this along. Okay, settle down. Okay, now, I don't know if this is a moot point now, but we have Supervisor Johnson's agenda item, which is discussion and possible action to direct staff to look at the feasibility of a county location for this animal control facility and a humane society to be collated on a piece of, so your part is really the humane society part of it. It's different.
I guess I don't understand your question.
Oh, I know, it's your agenda item, so what do you want to do with this?
Well, I think the board's already decided that they're going to build a humane society, so.
Okay, so we just take no action on 49? All right, and that is all about the animals today. Again, like I said, when we talk about the management of it, we'll have a special meeting. It will be open to the public, and anyone will be invited to come at that time. Thank you. Okay, on to item 47. Discussion and possible action to designate the necessary funding in the FY20 budget to fill the position of Communications Director. I brought this, and it's continued from June 3rd, where I did like a soliloquy, but I didn't let anybody else talk, as usual. So I'm going to open this up to the board. Yes, Supervisor Watson.
Thank you, Chairman Angus. For a number of years, we've been looking at the possibility of filling the communications director, and I really feel that there is a need, and that's demonstrated by the information that Supervisor Johnson puts out in his communications often, and does a great job at it. But countywide, there are so many great programs that are occurring that often we don't get to concentrate on those items and get that out to the public. So that would be the reason for my wanting to fill this position. I think Mojave County is in a unique situation in which we accomplish some really great things that people don't really get a chance to know about or understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else want to talk about?
I agree with what Supervisor Watson said. Mojave County does so much, and anytime the supervisors put anything out there to the public, it's kind of like we're blowing our own horn, and some people that support us like it, and some people that don't think we're exaggerating, and sometimes we do exaggerate. So I think a PIO would be able to focus on information in general and put out there to the public what it is your county officials are doing, and maybe specialize some different departments and explain what it is that they do. I just can't believe we have not done this before.
Well, we have done it before.
Well, yeah, I know there was some interesting history there, but I'd like to try it and go forward with it.
Thank you. Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to remind the board that economies tend to run in 10-year cycles. We had the worst recession that we'd ever had since the Great Depression just about 10 years ago. We've done without a PIO for a long time, and if we continue to run spending up, we're going to end up getting to play hatchet man when the economy tanks once again. I've done that before. It ain't fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did away with the PIO position before for a reason. I think think it's a waste of money. I think we have a lot of other needs that we really need. We have the sheriff and probation and the clerks and the clerk of the court, you know, who has no people at all. I believe it'd be a total waste of money.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say that.
One more question, Madam Chair. Have we modified if this passes, have we modified it so that this PIO is not handling the FOIA requests?
That's what I want to talk about. Okay. Again, we stopped having a PIO in 2012 when this new board took over because the last PIO, he quit. He resigned, retired, whatever. Again, you can look up the history of it, and that's why we then. But for most of the terms of Supervisor Johnson, there was a PIO, and some of it was good. I mean, it's good to get information out. There were some problems, political problems, but I believe that the administration now is not political, and that it wouldn't let this job become political. And it's not just public information; it's social media. Whether we like it or not, that is where people go now to get their information. It's free. So I, like the other two supervisors, believe like now is the time to do this. But within do we have to, if we approve it, do we approve the job description as well? Or do we need to make changes on that job description now?
Madam Chairman, there was a question by Supervisor Johnson on whether it contained authority over public information requests. I thought that was changed out, but I couldn't tell you definitively whether that was removed, but that could be a condition. What I would hope the board would do if you all decided to move forward with this particular item is go ahead and approve the job description, but also approve the selection, how this individual would be selected. And the previous board with Supervisor Moss on it, when we had this type of discussion, when you're discussing directors, generally I would select a director and then you would confirm it. However, this is a unique position that I believe the board needs a lot of authority over that selection. I think you all would like to have that authority over the selection. So on, let's say when we hired the risk manager, the old risk manager position, what the board wanted me to do is to shortlist a list of people to be placed in front of the board so the board could interview them. And the board also asked for all the applicants to be given to the board members so that the board, if they had any one individual that they thought shined that I might have missed, that person could be included in the interview process by any individual board members. That might be a suggestion. It would certainly take the heat off of me of making the final decision and bringing it back in front of the board.
Anyone have any questions or comments about that? Okay, so that should be in the motion itself.
That would be the way I'd recommend the selection process to go. Also, to approve the job description contingent upon any reference to public information requests being removed or anything else that the board might want in there.
Okay. And anyone else have anything to say? Okay, I'll take a stab at this. I move that we designate the necessary funding in the FY20 budget to fill the position of Communications Director and approve the process of selection, final selection to be made by Board of Supervisors, and to amend the job description to delete public information request duties. How's that sound?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Roll call.
Supervisor Watson?
Yes.
Supervisor Johnson?
No.
Supervisor Bishop?
Yes.
Supervisor Gould?
No.
Chairman Angus?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Agenda item 48, discussion and possible action to designate Chairman Hildy Angus to represent Mojave County at NACO's annual conference as designated county voting delegate, and either Vice Chairman Gene Bishop or Supervisor Buster Johnson as county alternate.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We'll move item 49. Item 50, discussion and possible action to approve the adoption of Board of Supervisors Resolution Number 2019-065, opposing H.R. 1373 and the Grand Canyon Centennial Protection Act that aims to make permanent the 2012 uranium mining ban, along with including a mining ban on any land or interest in land acquired by the United States after enactment of the bill. Supervisor Johnson.
Madam Chairman, may I?
Yes.
Supervisor Johnson, I really appreciate your resolution. I was wondering if you might consider adding the information that this area is the highest concentrate value of ore in the continental United States. Would you be interested in adding that into your resolution?
Most certainly.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, obviously, the reason why I brought it forward, I would make a motion. I've also sent out the standard to the 3 cities asking them for their support. I would make a motion to accept the resolution with the changes.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, it's 12:30, and I'm getting a headache, and we have some food. So I'm going to break for lunch. How long do you think we need? We have food in the thing. It's about 30 minutes or less, 20?
What have we got left?
We've got quite a few. We've got the budget.
Right.
Yeah.
Budget item. Okay.
Okay? Everyone on board with that? Okay, so we're going to take a 30-minute break.
I'm sorry, what time will we come back then?
It's 12:30 now. Be back at 1.
Okay.
No later than 1. right, this is old.
Call us back to order with.
Well, we're going to resume the meeting now. And we are on agenda item 51. Supervisor Gould brought this to us. Discussion, possible action to establish and select a process to appoint a qualified interim elector to fill the vacant seat on the Fort Mojave Mesa Fire District Board as required by ARS 48-803. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Effectively, supervisors, the fire district is a vacancy that they can't fill. They end up deadlocking 2-2. So the statute says that if they can't fill the vacancy after a period of time, then we fill the vacancy. So what this does is establish the process to take applicants that would like to be appointed.
Okay. Anyone have any comments? Do you want to make a motion?
Sure. I move that item 51 be adopted.
All in favor?
Aye.
One sec.
Opposed?
I'm sorry. Can you clean that up a little bit by maybe adding in there that we use our normal process, or because it just kind of says to establish one, which just approving the item doesn't do that. So, sorry.
So I have to make a real motion.
I think also, I believe you also, there was an application you wanted to use as well. We tailored it just for the fire district as well. So.
And then as stated, normally we put out a press release, have them submit to the clerk so I can forward them to the board, and then we'll set an item so that you can pick an appointee.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that. Oh, no results. What the heck? It's looking for this item, and it doesn't come up. You got the hard copy. Madam Chairman, let's see. This isn't really the motion that's going to work anyway.
Isn't it just to put our usual process of application that comes back to the board for approval?
Sure. I move that we use our normal process in choosing applicants to be appointed to the Fort Mojave Mesa Fire District Board.
Yep. Okay, we got a thumbs up from the clerk. And you need an amended second? Is that what you, okay. We have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 52, discussion possible action to approve the adoption of the revised Mojave County Rules of Order. Anyone? Does anyone make a motion?
Madam Chair? Mine would be the one we discussed during the board meeting, that I think it should be up to the board to decide on removing items from the agenda after they've already been posted and come to the meeting.
So, what are you saying?
Just trying to pull it up here. I think it's B, is that it?
Yes, so it'd be paragraph Roman numeral 2, order of business, B is the one that Supervisor Johnson is talking about. So instead of the chairperson, it'd be the board may withdraw any item.
Or you just same thing with the chairperson, but with the majority vote of the board.
Madam Chairman, may I weigh in on this a little bit? Quite frequently, a staff item is placed on the board, and we don't have enough information, or something occurs where staff has to pull the item because it would be inconsequential if it was left remaining on the board agenda. What I would like for Supervisor Johnson to consider in his motion is, unless removed by the individual placing the item on the board, it would have to take a vote of the board to remove an item. Would that be something you would consider? Because we do it, planning and zoning has done it in the past. Probably all of our department directors have done it at one time or another, have removed items from the agenda when they weren't found to not be ready to go forward. Thank you.
And I don't know that that would be something that would ever get to us. It's not prior to, it was just on a special occasion where something was on and was the day of, just so that, because we have some people here that travel a long ways, and we've done it in the past where we've allowed people to talk on that item and took their testimony or whatever else. But as far as, you know, somebody putting something on, while staff should never put anything on unless it's complete backup. If they want to pull something, then they can pull it prior to the final adoption. But we'd already adopted, we're not adopted, but we'd already accepted the agenda, and it was for, that was my only thing.
I agree with you about that. This was an unusual circumstance because of the time crunch we were under. You know, I had to get it, we learned on a Friday, then the Wednesday was the last day to get it in, so I just threw caution to the wind and said, I hope we get back up, but we didn't. So, anyway, so you want to make a motion?
Make a motion for the change to those, to that item. The clerk get that?
So just for clarification, you want it to read with a vote of the membership?
Yes.
So that's the only word we're changing there?
Yeah. You change the whole thing, all the stuff you'd scratched out, leave everything scratched out, and just put that in and make it easier.
Second motion. Okay, we got a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And thank you, Supervisor Johnson, for bringing that up.
And Chairman Angus, I'm sorry, that took care of that line, but then I do believe we'll have to now adopt the entire thing, because there were several other changes made in this document.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Can we do two different items under this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
See,
and-
I have to read the rules of order more, I guess. Okay.
No, and just if I could, Madam Chair, if I could just have one brief statement about this. I appreciate the hard work of the clerk of the board for putting this together, and I believe Yvonne also worked on this too. The only thing that I would just point out that I think is of substantive difference that the court, or excuse me, that the board should be aware of is the motion to reconsider. That has been addressed. This was an issue that was debated and talked about. When can you do a reconsideration? This meeting, that meeting, next meeting, previous meeting, and so on. This clarifies it. So if you look there, reconsideration of an item from a previous meeting can only be made by a member who voted on the prevailing side of the agenda item sought to be reconsidered. So that makes it clear that in a future meeting, it's got to be the prevailing side. And I believe that was kind of the standard practice before, but is never stated. And I had a different interpretation of it, but I appreciate that this clarifies this, and so that I can have some direction. I will say that, you know, I'm going to read this literally by meaning who voted on the prevailing side. So if somebody did not vote in it, I believe that they would not be part of the prevailing side. I'm just going to read it literally is how I'm going to read that. So.
Okay.
Okay. That's the only thoughts that I had about it.
All right, so we approved the change, and now we have to approve the entire document. Anyone?
Chairman Angus, I make a motion that we approve the entire document with the changes.
Any second? Anyone seconded? Okay, we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 53, discussion and possible action amending the intergovernmental agreement between the Arizona Game and Fish Department and Mojave County for holding in trust the Arizona Game and Fish Department's $100,000 contribution towards a community lake for an additional 3 months, extending the effective date and duration of the agreement to September 30th, 2019. Approval of the amendment by the Arizona Game and Fish Department will be contingent upon a renewed written commitment by the county to allow the construction, operation, and maintenance of a community lake on a portion of the county's 24.3-acre Burbank property. Okay, I know we have somebody from Arizona, our friend Matt Schmiel from Arizona Game and Fish, if anyone has any questions.
Madam Chairman, I believe they do want to come down and speak, but basically, could I explain a little bit to the board on this item? Back in 2016, concept was floated to do a community lake, and there was a lot of participants in the city of Kingman and around that were in support of this, and a committee was formed, and they did some site selection, and it was determined that probably the best place for a community lake would be on county property between the library and the senior center. And one of the reasons for that is there's a walkway that actually extends all the way through the county area out in Butler down to the Walmart area in the city of Kingman. And they believed that it would have high use. What they were looking for is to construct a lake with an agreement that the county would provide the land, and none of the rest would have any cost to the county. The Game and Fish would partner with with nonprofits, mainly the Elks Foundation, and fund the construction of the lake. They would also manage the fish in the lake and keep it stocked. And the city of Kingman would be responsible for filling the lake, keeping it full, and the operation and maintenance of the community lake. And it would be a free use lake. And it was believed that it would be a benefit to the area in that it would be very visible from I-40. People would see this lake being utilized from the freeway. The county was receptive to this, and Game and Fish offered to donate $100,000 to the project, to the construction, and if the county would hold it in trust, and the agreement was for 3 years. Also, during the meantime, it's my understanding that the Elks Foundation has pledged a grant of $300,000 toward the construction of the lake. When I discussed this with Game and Fish Matt Shamil, I said, that's not enough to build the lake. He goes, Mike, I can't start fundraising yet because we don't have a solid commitment from the city or the county to uphold their part. And I couldn't get the money. There's a lot of people standing in line to give money towards this project. But I don't want to be in a position where Game and Fish has to give it back. So what Game and Fish wants is on June 20th of this year, we kept the money in trust for 3 years. That expires. So we either have to give it back or amend the agreement. And Game and Fish said, we're willing to continue to have that money available for the construction. However, we believe we need a renewed commitment from the city and the county for their part of the agreement, and then we believe we can move forward with the project. So they said what we would agree to is if we get a renewed commitment letter from the city and the county, and we have the county and the city work on a joint agreement for the use of this property and for the maintenance and construction, we would be willing to give 3 more months for that to occur. So they've agreed if they get the letter of commitment that they would provide the $100,000 for 3 more months, with the understanding that the city and county would work on the agreement and come up with a joint agreement for the use and the operation and maintenance of the facility. Now, I took the letter that I received from Game and Fish and all the information that's placed before you today, and I sent that over to the city manager with the suggestion that he place that in front of the council so that hopefully simultaneously we'll be able to get those agreements that the board so chooses to move forward with it and work towards a joint use agreement and operation and maintenance of that facility with the city.
Okay, I see Matt's waiting patiently up there. If you want to come down, and does anybody have any questions for Arizona Game and Fish, our friend Matt Schmiel?
Madam Chair, I don't have questions. If that was a short version, I'm glad you gave it to us, County Manager. City of Lake Havasu, or City of Kingman, has had 3 years and done nothing. This is I think the appraisal price was over $3 million for this land. We're giving up. It's kind of funny how everything seems to be coming back to us for the generosity of our taxpayers and our land. I think in 3 years, if nobody's made a move forward, and Fish and Game obviously was, I'm not saying about Fish and Game, you guys bellied up to the bar and did it. I don't even know where the city of Kingman's going to get water since we have this water study going on. But I think it's time to move on from this project, because in 3 years, if somebody can't get anything going, it's kind of crazy to me. I think we should probably reappraise the land. I think it's probably worth more than $3 million now. I'm not in support of it. Wasn't in support then, not in support now.
Okay. Yes.
been very much in favor of this community lake for quite some time. And there are a number of community members that are especially members of the Elks Lodge that have shown a huge interest in providing additional funds for this project. The holdup has been the city of Kingman. I don't think we ought to get in the way of 3 months. Certainly we can extend 3 months for the city of Kingman to decide whether they want to have skin in the game or not. But I think that Mojave County is putting its best foot forward. It's not the entirety of the 24 acres. It's only 5 or 6 acres of the total, so it's not encumbering the entirety of the 24.3 acres. So I'm very much in favor of this, and the community is very much in favor of this also. A number of people in the community are in favor of it. So with that, I'd like to make a motion, and then we can hear from our friends at the Arizona Game and Fish. But I'll make a motion to give an additional 3 months, extending the effective date and duration of the agreement of September 30, 2019.
Chairman Angus, I'll second that motion, but I also want to comment that I agree with Supervisor Johnson and Watson. Different parts of what they said, but I think another 3 months and that ought to be it. If the city can't figure it out by then, we need to just respectfully bow out.
Is there anything you'd like to?
I just want to say I agree with Supervisor Johnson also, and that's why we put the 3-month time period. Is 3 years seems like it should have been enough, and I suggested I didn't want to extend another 3 years. I said let's set it at 3 months, and if we can't get it done, then some people don't want it.
Right, so it's basically an incentive to get Kingman to tell you what exactly they want to do.
Yeah, let everybody actually say what they want or don't want.
Okay.
And I definitely agree with Supervisor Watson. I think this pond would be huge for Kingman. We've given the presentations, and I don't think Supervisor Gold has seen the aerial photos and stuff, the simulations we gave. But you drive right now down the freeway and you just see a dirt lot. And what if you saw a beautiful park with a lake there? And it would get used. It would get used a lot. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. I do have a few people signed up to speak in this. We have, I think they're all in favor. So Steve Lazarus, if you're still here. Yep, okay. We have Kirby Cook. Anyone named Kirby? No. I'm sorry.
Yes, he's up there.
Oh, Kirby Cook.
Thank you, Council. I'm a little unprepared for this. I just now found out I'm going to speak. I agree with the Game and Fish coming down the freeway. You can look over and see a beautiful park with a lake instead of a dirt field. I think it'd be good for the economy. There's a lot of kids that and elder people that don't know what there's nothing for them to do here. And I think a lake would be just a great asset to the whole community. I don't see where it would do any harm. I know we're looking at a water crisis here, but we have golf courses, and they use about 1 million gallons per watering. And so I think it would be worth looking at least extending the time out. Extending the time to look at this a little bit closer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Greg, add to that?
Madam Chairman, you also have Bill Schilling in the back of the room that may be willing to speak and maybe have some ideas from the city of Kingman.
Well, let's ask this Mr. Cook.
Hello, my name is Cook, 3205 North 2nd Street. My family has resided in Kingman since 1937. I was raised with fishing in the great outdoors as a major part of my life. It has helped shape me into the man I am today. Growing up in Kingman, I was fortunate enough to have family that had enough time and money to take me and my friends and some siblings to the lake. A small fishing lake for Kingman would be a huge positive influence on our youth. Kingman has gained a bad reputation for its drugs and, quote, nothing to do. A small fishing lake for Kingman is exactly what our town needs to help keep kids on track and out of trouble. I can personally testify to the positive therapeutic power of a large body of water. Being around water, fishing, the outdoors, and just getting back to the basics of life has had a profound effect on my life. And I know it will do the same for our children of Kingman. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, did you say you wanted to hear from a representative from?
Yes, Mr. Schilling.
Okay, because we also, Jen Miles just came back, Mayor Miles.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you very much for hearing me. Supervisor Watson, thanks for bringing me forward. And all I'd like to say is I do agree it's high time we move this forward. And the only explanation I can give you, we've at the city, there've been 2 city managers and an interim city manager that have considered this and looked at it. There's been changeover of the council since this was originally, proposed. And you're right, the holdup has basically been with the city. So we're talking again, and if you approve this extension, we will go back to the council and just say, please, just give us an answer. We need to do this and get it moving. So thank you. Unless you have any other questions for me specifically.
Anyone have any questions?
I have a question.
My portion of it came in the fundraising as far as the Arizona Elks major projects that committed the $300,000. Like Mr. Watson said, there are several other organizations and individuals in the community have stepped up and offered in-kind and things like that. We're not counting on that. We're going to look at the hard money and the time, and if that all comes together, then we can start talking about the in-kind and raising other funds.
Mr. Schilling, I have heard that the size of the lake is being downsized. Can you confirm that at all?
Yes, that's correct. Their original, even in the proposal, I think we had it like at 9 acres or thereabouts. Now we're definitely under 5 acres, 3.5 to 5 acres. That kind of depends on the construction money and the cost of construction. We've contacted 2 different companies that will build the lake for us. We'll, in essence, hire the construction out. We looked at 2 different companies, one with a chemical liner to prevent any, to prevent seepage. And then we're also looking at a membrane liner. The membrane is a little more expensive, but in the long run, water conservation, it's like 98% retention rate. The water basically that we would lose for the most part would be an evaporation. So we're definitely aware of the water issue. We understand it. We understand what it looks like to the community, to build a lake in the desert during a drought. But then we also look at the benefit that this could provide, the number of people that would, not only in the community that could utilize it, but you think about trying to attract jobs, bring people to the community to help grow the community. We've got to have something for the kids to do. You want to interview for a job here, one of the things you're going to do is look around and see what's there here for my family to do. So we want to give them those options. And then the tourism, what that could mean to people traveling I-40 looking off to the side, it's a place to stop, so.
Absolutely, I do agree with that, and I think there's more pros than there are cons to this lake, but actually, in 3 months' time, it'll be the city's job to see if they can sell it to their constituents.
That's exactly why we're here. Let's make a,
And we're
Mike,
not giving the city the property, we're leasing it long-term, so.
right. And Mr. Hendricks gave a wonderful synopsis of, you know, he condensed 4.5 years into a couple of minutes just perfectly. So we want an answer, get a commitment from you. Let's go to the council now.
Yeah, and Madam Chairman, I want to make clear, I'm not sure we'd be looking at a lease. It would be a use agreement that would allow the construction and maintenance of something on our facility. Once we get into a quote-unquote lease, then other statutes apply.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
Just a comment for Mr. Schilling. As in item 46 of our agenda today, if you'll send the message back to the mayor and council and manager, get some skin in the game. Thank you.
I'll consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Thank you all.
we have anyone else? Yes.
Mr. Esplin, I don't see an amendment to the contract here.
You're right. I didn't see it either. I think we would have to draft it or prepare it. Or fortunately, we have someone from the Fish and Game here who confirms that they wish to make the same amendment, right?
Yeah, so I looked at, I talked to higher-ups, and they said that the letter that we drafted and gave to Mr. Hendricks would constitute all we needed to do to allow you to hold that money for 3 more months.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to have an actual physical amendment that we could both sign and things, and if we want, we could try to draft that. But if we have their assurance, and we're both doing it, both parties to the agreement are agreeing to amend it, it's not the best, but it's better than nothing. Let's put it that way.
And Madam Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, if the board, and I didn't know where the board would be on this, and I still don't. The board could certainly give me the authority to amend the agreement and sign it in conjunction with the Game and Fish to extend it for 3 months.
And it's
if the board so chose.
And it's a simple amendment. You amend the provision to allow for the extension for 3 months.
Okay. So does the motion on the floor, does that cover that?
What is the motion? I don't know.
Yes, I made the motion to
Accept.
amend the agreement to add an additional 3 months, extending the effective date and duration of the agreement from September 30th, 2019.
Or to September 30th, 2019.
I'm sorry, to September 30th, yeah.
That'd be sufficient. And I believe that'd be sufficient for the Fish and Game.
I believe that's the motion I made.
It's okay?
That's it, Madam Chair. It's just, I would have liked to have seen an amended motion attached to this so that we all knew what we were voting on, so the public, and not disagreeing with what Supervisor Watson's saying. And it does just strike me that we're able to get it on our agenda, but in 3 years, City of Kingman can't get it on theirs. So now we're given an extension, picking up the board's time on something that the City of Kingman should have done a long time ago.
Okay.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
The background says that, looks like the third paragraph, additionally, Arizona Game and Fish has earmarked $100,000 of their funds for the construction of the lake and is asking if Mojave County agrees to a long-term lease.
That's correct. And I'm saying that in accordance with statute, that would take a majority vote. We could look at a lease. We could look at an MOU. That agreement came before the board yet and been approved. The only agreement that's come before the board is to hold the money in trust for 3 years. And the conditions for moving forward with allowing the use of the property could conceivably change. It could be, like I said, an IGA. It could be an MOU. It could be. It could eventually be a lease agreement, depending on what the board decides they want to do with the property.
So, in your earlier statement, you were saying that you were referring to no lease, being that what we're voting on today does not contain a lease.
That's correct. It's just amending the agreement. Yes, sir.
And my problem with the long-term lease is, so the city of Kingman decides to bail on the maintenance, then we just inherited a lake. So we have a choice of either continuing to maintain a lake, or then have to let the thing dry up.
Yeah, and
I think we'd be much better off selling the property to somebody that wants to create a lake than having a piece of county property that's underneath the bottom of a lake. Thanks.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, just to clarify too, just from the legal side of it too, there, as they said, there is a lease mechanism you could do, but also there are specific statutes that talk about cooperative agreements with different bodies, with municipalities and with other agencies that allow so that it would not be a lease. There would be a MOU or an IGA, various things like that. So what I'm trying to say is that at that point, when the board gets to that, there are options available that the board can choose from because it's a park. Parks are a little bit different than other county-owned properties. So.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
So it's 3-2. Thank you, Matt. Okay, number 54, Tim Walsh from the Development Services Director, discussion and possible action to approve the Mojave County 2020 Census Complete Count Committee bylaws, which include a detailed mission statement, scope of work and authority, reporting requirements, frequency and location of meetings, and function and duties of the committee.
Madam Chair, a motion to approve unless there's board discussion.
Okay,
Second.
motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're on to the last item, agenda item 55, discussion and possible action to adopt the FY 2019-2020 tentative budget with modifications and set August 5th, 2019 as the date for the public hearing on the final budget and tax levy and truth in taxation, if applicable, and set a special board meeting for adoption of the final budget on August 5th, 2019, following that public hearing. Okay, what do you want to do, guys?
Motion to approve.
Is a motion to approve?
We're on item number 55.
55, it's the tentative budget.
I'll second, but I have a question.
Okay.
Okay.
For Coral?
Yes. Hi, Ms. Lloyd. My question is, it's been proposed for 2.5% increase for the employees in this budget.
Correct, that's correct.
Does that include contract employees, Mr. Hendricks, Mr. Ald, and a person in the superintendent, the school?
It does not. It does not include them.
Okay, well, I know Mr. Hendricks did not ask for a raise. Neither did Mr. Ald, but I think it's only fair that we address that as we are their direct supervisors. And
may I clarify a little bit? I did build a contingency, of course, into the calculation. So if you should make a decision to do that, there should be sufficient wiggle room in that contingency in order to accommodate that kind of a change.
okay, so you have the money to do it.
Pardon me?
You have the money to do it, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
What? Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I somehow lost you.
In our current tentative budget, there are dollars in there for 2.5% increase for the employees.
Mm-hmm.
What is not identified in that is a raise for Mr. Hendricks, Mr. Ald, or another person that's in the superintendent of schools office. And what I would like to do is include those three people in that 2.5%.
Anyone want to say anything?
I guess my concern would be that we have contracts, so if a contract's coming up, then we negotiate during the contract. I hate giving something if we, if they got a year to year or whatever. I'm not sure how. I know how Mr. Hendricks's works, but I'm not sure how the other guys work.
So you would intend to look at it at contract time?
That's what I would rather look at it, yes, instead of in the middle.
Oh, okay.
That would be all.
Okay.
When is your contract up?
I believe, Madam Chairman, I believe it's December 31st.
So if we'll not forget Mr. Hendricks on that date.
Well, we'll talk about it on that date.
I said just not forget.
Okay.
So with that, I'll just reaffirm my second. Thank you.
You'll reaffirm?
I seconded the motion.
Oh.
Madam Chairman, one of the things that I don't know the answer to is, does Ms. Lloyd have any additions that she's included that hasn't been brought before the board? Or is everything per our budget workshop?
Was everything in the backup? Because we got the backup.
It's in the back. So the backup includes a list, about 2 pages worth of modifications. Those are calculated, actually it's more than 2, but they're in the backup. Those are included within the calculations of the tentative budget. Between the date that we turned in the agenda item and today, we could either, I've got a list of 3 more items, one of which you included today, so that one would be, I assume, would be included in this adoption. So 2 others, which I can either speak of today or I can move them to the final budget's your choice. Do you want me to go ahead since we're here very quickly? Just the 2 items, if I may? Okay. The first one is through flood control. Neither one of these are general fund. The flood control, the agreement with the city of Lake Havasu City was not on today's agenda and is, I believe, is scheduled for the July 1st agenda. So we would need to pay that out in the subsequent fiscal year. So we would need to roll the allocation for that into next year. And the other item is in the recorder's fee fund, and they would like to increase their budget by $10,000 for a file system storage expense in that fund. Otherwise, we've got those included. I'm sure that there will be a few modifications for some purchase order rollers or some things by the time that we get to the final budget, but the final budget is a month and a half away, so we've got a little ways to get through the end of this year.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, so these things weren't brought up at the budget session for the recorder, now they're coming up with them?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
The reason for that would be what? We didn't have a budget session?
I think that for the reason for the clerk's item, the recorder, I'm not sure, I'm sorry, not the clerk, the recorder's item, she's still here, but I believe that that was an ability for the IT to back up their system instead of the clerk's area. So I think it was an addition for IT services. And then the flood control was that they did not receive back the information from the city of Lake Havasu.
So IT just thought they could just add stuff later on? Is that what you're saying?
Morning, board. The expense is technically a professional services line item to pay the vendor to perform some database maintenance on their system. I could get into the technical aspects of it, but it's not like we're buying new hardware, new systems. It's basically something we had been investigating with the vendor for some time. They finally came back to us with a price, and it just, I think, happened to be at a time when we had already been mostly through the process. So we're kind of looking for the funds to get it done because it will benefit us greatly down the road. It's professional services.
Okay. All right, you have a question for the recorder?
No, she pretty much put it all on the IT guy.
And Madam Chair?
Yeah.
If we do end up having a special meeting in the next week or so, we could also add the flood control item to it to keep it in this fiscal year, if that's preferred.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so we do have, we have a motion, correct? And a second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, 4-1. Okay, if there's nothing else,